Hey everybody, welcome back to History Student Reacts. Today we'll be watching American Revolution Road to Independence by Epic History. Now, this is a compilation of the first 5 parts of Epic History's series on the American Revolution. We'll be covering the build-up to the revolution itself all the way through 1776, aka Independence. It's a particularly good time to be covering this since this year is our 250th anniversary of 1776. So a big moment in history broadly, of course, a crucial moment in American history. This will be a long reaction, so sit down, grab a snack, grab a drink, join me for the ride. If you guys end up enjoying this one, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave a like, subscribe, or check out my Patreon, which is linked down below. With all of that out of the way, let's jump right into this reaction.
1763. The 7 Years' War, a global conflict fought by European powers, is at an end. And the British Empire has emerged victorious. Dominating its French and Spanish rivals, it claims new territory in India, the West Indies, and above all, North America.
Yeah.
France must accept the loss of nearly all its colonies. 3 million square miles of land, comparable in size to all Europe.
Yeah, the 7 Years' War is really the perfect place to start this series. Now, I honestly think it's difficult to overstate how important the 7 Years' War was to sort of global history, right? Whether you were a winner or a loser of this conflict, it really shakes things up. And I'm not just talking about the territorial changes. Now, those are obviously important too. Britain gains all this new territory. France, in particular, loses a lot of territory. But what's probably even more important than that is that this war is extremely expensive. Every power involved, once again, whether they won or lost or were somewhere in the middle, they had to take on massive loans, debts, in order to pay for this conflict. Now, when the war ends, what that means is now they need to pay off those debts, and countries are going to find a lot of different ways of doing that, and it's going to affect some more than others, but it will really affect every country that was involved in the conflict. And for some of them, it's going to lead into this age of revolutions, right? That's why I say this is a perfect place to start this story. You can pretty see, and I'm sure we will see, how it pretty directly leads into the American Revolution, but also this chain of events will spiral into the French Revolution in the case of France, which sort of spirals into the Haitian Revolution, and a whole host of other events. So the 7 Years' War is really, in many ways, this sort of turning point where a lot begins to change, and the sort of cogs of history really begin to move, and it'll lead to a lot of these big events and changes down the line.
The British now rule an empire on which the sun never sets.
Right.
But in victory, the seeds of future conflict are sown.
Exactly. Now, I will say, in the immediate aftermath of the 7 Years' War, you probably would not have been able to predict that Britain's empire was going to take such a hit. However, even with the hit of the American Revolution, which does shake up British imperial policy, it does cause them to focus in different areas, even with that, the British Empire is still on the up and up. Obviously, at this point, we're still sort of at the very beginning of British imperial ascendancy, right? They will create this empire that truly conquers the world. So we're both at the beginning of that, but right at that beginning, we are going to see a bit of a road bump for the Brits.
The enormous cost of the war has ballooned Britain's national debt.
Yeah.
Interest payments alone consume more than half its annual spending.
Jesus. That's pretty extreme. Now, once again, it was not just Britain. You can look about, just about any country that was involved with this conflict. In the aftermath, a lot of them are going to try new forms of taxation, reforms, and a lot of those will cause unrest, dissatisfaction. Sometimes those will lead directly to revolutions, sometimes not a revolution, but still some problems. This is the case for a lot of countries, and it's not even the worst for the Brits. Obviously, France sort of gets it the worst, right? Because they are the loser of this conflict. They lose a lot of territory. France was already in a pretty bad financial situation. This sort of sinks them even further. Not to mention that the American Revolution will cost France a lot more money as well as they get involved. So they're in a lot of trouble. But so is Britain. They have sunk a lot of money into this conflict. They need to figure out how to make some of that cash back.
And the vast new territories in America will need defending from bitter imperial rivals who will look for any chance to reverse Britain's gains.
Oh yeah.
Native American tribes also pose a threat, especially those that are former allies of the French. In 1763, Chief Pontiac of the Odawa leads a revolt against the British. There is bloodshed along the frontier as every British fort west of the Appalachians comes under attack.
Yeah, this is a big moment in colonial American history, and we'll see a series of these conflicts that have really been taking place since these Europeans, in this case we're talking mainly about British settlers, first arrived. You'll see a series of conflicts with the indigenous people as these European settlers keep pushing further and further westwards.
But the greatest challenge will come not from external enemies, but from the very colonies Britain seeks to protect.
The American Revolution, Part 1. What then is the American, this new man? He is an American who, leaving behind him all his ancient prejudices and manners, receives new ones from the new mode of life he has embraced. From Letters from an American Farmer. We've got starting off with a very important text here. Now, this is an interesting question, right? We sort of get to this idea of American identity. Because, of course, at this point, in the immediate aftermath of the 7 Years' War, all the people in these colonies still would have primarily identified themselves as British colonists, right? That's how they saw themselves. They saw themselves in this British tradition. Well, as this series goes on, we'll see that begin to shift as people embrace a new American identity. But this is sort of a slow process, and it's not what everyone jumps to immediately. The second there's some dissatisfaction, it's not like everyone is up in arms. No, people see themselves as British, and these colonists try to sort things out politically, but of course that is not going to work in the end.
157 years have passed since the first British colony was founded in North America. Now, there are 26 British colonies in North America
First permanent settlement.
and the West Indies. 13 of these lie along America's eastern seaboard, where after years of prosperity and immigration, the population has passed 2 million.
Yeah.
Arguably, there is more that divides these 13 colonies than unites them. Each has its own distinct character, history, and form of government.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot separating these different colonies, and sort of a part of this American Revolution, or the build-up to this American Revolution, will be bringing all these colonies together. Someone who plays a big role in that is Benjamin Franklin. We sort of just saw a reference to. Now, we'll talk about some of that, but the truth is, there's a lot of differences between these colonies, and though, there may be some unified identity as sort of colonials, the main unified identity is of British subjects, right? And they share that with the rest of the subjects of the British Empire. So they're not held incredibly close together, at least not at this point. Now, once again, that is going to change. But right now, there's a lot separating them. Way of life, economy, the question of slavery, which is key to both of those things, right? There's a lot that these colonies have different. Politics, religion, I mean, you can really go down the list. There's quite a difference between all these colonies.
Several were founded by those seeking religious freedom in the New World. The Puritans who settled Massachusetts.
Yeah, though I always have a bit of a quibble with that explanation of the Puritans. You know, there's this sort of myth that, or maybe I shouldn't call it a myth, there's this idea that the poor Puritans who found themselves so oppressed were forced to flee to America to make these communities of religious freedom for themselves. This is a very propagandized version of events. Really what happens is the Puritans are this extremely intolerant religious community. What they want is to live in this society of their own making that is actually not tolerant at all, has extreme religious intolerance. They want things to be exactly the way they imagine them. Now, they can't really do that in Britain. They find they can't do it in the Netherlands, and so what they do is they come to the colonies, and they come to America, and they find that here they are much better able to make this sort of community they've always imagined. So, I do have a quibble with that explanation of things. However, there are examples of a lot of people coming to the colonies for the sake of religious freedom. I think Pennsylvania, now I'm very biased because I'm a Pennsylvanian, is a much better example of that, right? William Penn shows up, a Quaker sets up this Quaker colony, which truly does have religious toleration at the root of it, right? He's not setting up this colony that's only for Quakers. No, he actually embraces religious toleration in a way that is pretty radical for that time. So there are definitely examples of people who are coming because they've been persecuted and they're seeking that religious freedom. And sometimes those people even are Puritans, but often that was not exactly the case.
The Catholics of Maryland. And Quakers of Pennsylvania.
There we go.
Each colony has its share of rugged pioneers and economic opportunists, enticed by promises of plentiful land. But there are also many who arrive destitute, desperate, or against their will.
Well, right.
Slavery is legal in all 13 colonies.
And we have the breakdown here, so you can sort of see the prevalence of slavery in these different colonies, right? And we're at the point where you can see slavery in all these different colonies, but it's just more or less prevalent depending on where you look. It's more or less a big part of the economy, right? So we can look at New Hampshire right at the top. Got a free population of about 61,000 and a slave population of 650, right? So that's heavily weighted towards the free population. But if we look at some of these middle colonies, or especially these southern colonies, you'll see a colony like Maryland, for example, about 140K people, free people, with 63, almost 64,000 enslaved people. You can see Virginia, about 260K free people, 187K enslaved people, right? And actually, the most extreme example of this is going to be down in South Carolina. About 49,000 free people with 75,000 enslaved people, right? So at this point, the enslaved population actually significantly outnumbers the free population. And this is from 1770. So what you're seeing here is there is slavery throughout the colonies, but it is far more prominent in some places than others, and it tends to be a far smaller part of the economy in New England and in the North, though it still exists, right?
In the North, enslaved Africans are a small minority, about 5% of the population. But in the South, the economy is dominated by slave plantations that grow rice, tobacco, and indigo. In Virginia, African slaves make up around 40% of the population.
Yeah.
In South Carolina, 60%.
Extreme.
Early settlers.
Although we recently talked about the Haitian Revolution, and in the colony of Saint-Domingue, which was one of, if not the most brutal slave colonies, their population was 90% enslaved and 10% free. So you can see how extreme Saint-Domingue was if we compare it to even the most sort of slave prevalent colonies in the American mainland have got 60% of their population enslaved, which is a lot, by the way, but it's not 90%.
Settlers had been overwhelmingly from England. But in recent decades, the picture has begun to change, with more immigrants from Ireland, Scotland, and Germany. All have helped to shape a new American culture, which makes a sharp impression on visitors. It is less deferential, more enterprising, increasingly self-confident.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like I said, at this point, we're talking in the immediate aftermath of the 7 Years' War. The vast majority of people here still consider themselves British subjects. However, that doesn't mean that a new culture hasn't been developing. Now, this new culture is pretty diverse in itself, right? It depends. Are you looking at the north, the south? Are you looking at the coast or the frontier? Or, are you looking urban or rural? You'll find a lot of diversity throughout these different places, but you do find, right, because at this point, like I said, there's not a super unified American identity, though that will form, but we do find these new types of cultures emerging that are sort of different from what you might find back in Britain, right? They may identify themselves, these people, as British subjects, but they may have their different way of life and a different culture.
Old ties with the motherland are not what they used to be. For most of their history, the relationship between the British government and its American colonies has been one of salutary neglect. The colonies had been largely left to manage their own affairs.
Yeah, and there have been a couple of exceptions to this, a couple of moments when the government, for example, under Cromwell, has tried to take stronger control of the colonies, but largely salutary neglect has been the policy, which simply means that the colonies have mainly been left to their own affairs, right? The British Empire, the British government, has got this sort of system going, where the purpose of these colonies primarily is to produce goods that the sort of slave colonies of Britain, both in the south of the mainland, but primarily in the Caribbean, can use so they can keep producing cash crops, right? That's the role of these American colonies, to provide food and goods to keep these slave colonies going. That's sort of the system the British Empire has set up, right? So who's really making the money? Well, it's not, Massachusetts. It's these Caribbean colonies. It's Barbados. It's Jamaica. They're making the real money, right? And so the British government essentially is like, look, you play your role, these 13 colonies, these American mainland colonies, and if you play your role, you can sort of take care of your own devices, all right? Do whatever you want to do. But we don't need to rule over you that directly. And that has mostly been how things have worked.
While Britain focused on more lucrative possessions in the West Indies and India.
Exactly.
But this is about to change.
Exactly.
Britain faces an extraordinary debt crisis.
Oh yeah.
And many expect the colonies to help meet the cost of their own defense. It seems a reasonable expectation. The average American's tax burden is a fraction of that paid by the average Briton. By one calculation, a Briton pays 26 shillings a year in tax. A New Englander, 1 shilling. But it is the manner in which the British government goes about raising taxes.
Yeah, so there's this situation in which these American colonists are not paying nearly as much tax. And so you might think, well, if we just raise their tax a bit, we should be fine. Why would this lead to any sort of unrest or uprising? Well, there's a couple of things here. First, we gotta remember, people live their lives in a pretty relative manner. So even if I'm paying way less than you, if I get what seems like a massive tax hike to me, well, relatively, I'm gonna be pretty upset. But more than that, it's more sort of the principle of it, right? The fact that these colonists, who have been primarily left to their own devices, feel like this British government is suddenly coming in out of nowhere and imposing this legislation on them, which was not something they typically had to deal with. So it feels pretty tyrannical from the beginning. And then the sort of main part of this, and this will become a rallying cry, is the idea of no taxation without representation, right? The main rallying cry will be, well, we do not have representation in the parliament. And so, how are you going to levy taxes on us if we have no representation in the government? It doesn't seem right to people, right? So, these are some of the reasons why these American colonists get upset, even though the people back in Britain proper are paying a lot more taxes.
That will put it and the colonies on a collision course.
If America looks to Great Britain for protection, she must enable us to protect her. If she expects our fleets, she must assist our revenue. From Edmund Burke, of course, a very prominent British politician and writer of this era, will really be one of the sort of foundational figures of modern conservatism. We're going to see, and I hope we cover a lot of this politics, but we're going to see a sort of breakdown in the British Parliament where you'll have factions, a lot of different factions, sort of varying between those who want to assert themselves most directly on the colonies, and they don't care what the colonists say, to those who are actually very sympathetic with the colonists, right? You'll have members of the British Parliament who essentially agree with the cause of the colonists, right? So you have this very interesting political situation.
British Prime Minister George Grenville is determined to fix the country's spiralling debt crisis. He believes new colonial taxes must be part of the solution. In 1764, he proposes two new revenue-raising measures. A Sugar Act, which actually lowers the tax on foreign sugar and molasses, but only as part of a determined effort to ensure more effective collection.
Yeah, this is the thing, where sometimes you have to see beyond the explicit text of an act, right? Because really what's happening here is that the British Parliament is saying, all right, we're finally going to enforce our own damn policies. We've left you to do whatever you wanted for decades and decades and decades. We're finally going to step in and we're going to assert our authority, right? And of course, this was a big part, as you can imagine, of that change with the 7 Years' War, Now, of course, sort of reason this is happening is because Britain needs more revenue, and that's all because of the 7 Years' War. But additionally, the 7 Years' War meant a lot more direct intervention from the British government, right? Sending a lot more troops, a lot more officials, people who were directly on the ground. And so this war was sort of a moment when, the British government was able to get a lot more directly involved in their colonies. And this is sort of jumping off of that.
And a Stamp Act, which will tax all commercial and legal documents, from newspapers and playing cards to attorneys' licenses and land grants. These relatively minor taxes are not expected to cause much fuss. Englishmen have been paying them for 70 years. But to the surprise of the British government, the reaction in the colonies is uproar.
Yep.
The Stamp Act particularly hits merchants, lawyers and business owners, the most articulate and influential members of colonial society. They condemn the measures in newspapers and a flood of pamphlets.
This tax will deprive us of all our invaluable rights and privileges. It will drain us suddenly of our cash, occasion an entire stagnation of trade, discourage every kind of industry, and involve us in the most abject slavery.
Opposition focuses less on the financial burden than on the principle of consent.
Right.
Americans protest that they have no representation in the British Parliament.
And there's a lot to be said here about the ideological tradition within which these figures are operating, right? Remember, at this moment, we may be calling them Americans, but that's not really a thing yet. I mean, there's the idea of someone who's sort of an American colonial, but that's a British subject. So these people still see themselves as Brits, and within this British political tradition. And so, especially at this point, but throughout the Revolution, what you see are people referencing back to British political tradition. They see themselves as operating within this liberal, radical British tradition that maybe saw its greatest expression in the Civil War, this whole era of British history, right? Now, it's sort of interesting to see that because they're really drawing on this British tradition of political liberty and political consent and representation of the people and all this sort of stuff. And they're saying, hey, this is our tradition, and so why are we not being represented in the parliament? And so this is not some outside slate of ideas. These dissenting figures are drawing on a British tradition of dissent.
And can accept no taxation without representation. It is their rights as British subjects,
right,
they point out, rights protected by the British Constitution, that are being trampled on.
Exactly.
Prime Minister George Grenville argues the American colonies have virtual representation in Parliament. That is, their interests are represented in a general way by all British MPs. After all, even most Britons don't have the right to vote in a general election. Grenville's argument does not win many backers, even in Parliament itself, where electoral reform is a fierce battleground.
Right. Like I said, you'll find different opinions in Parliament. Some people very sympathetic to the cause of the Americans. And also remember, the American Revolution, though of course it is sort of a class coalition, you will see people from different classes who involve themselves and become patriots. And even the leadership will have people from different classes. However, the majority of people we're going to be talking about in the sort of leadership class of the revolution, we're often talking about quite elite individuals, whether we're talking about the plantation-owning elite of the South or the merchant elite of the North. There are some more middling upper-class individuals who are involved. But these are people who absolutely feel themselves entitled to direct political representation, and they're pretty outraged that all of this is being put on them without their consent.
There is an idea, in some, that the colonies are virtually represented in the House. I would fain know by whom an American is represented here. Is he represented by any knight of the Shire in any county in this kingdom? Or will you tell him that he is represented by any representative of a borough? A borough which perhaps its own representatives never saw. This is what is called the rotten part of the Constitution.
Yeah.
It cannot continue a century.
The Speaker is...
Well, it actually did continue for decades and decades, until the 1830s. But what they're pointing out here is that even in Britain proper, there are people who are not satisfied with this system of representation. And this will remain an issue for decades and decades and decades until there's a big reform in the 1830s. But that's still a long time away from here. But we see that you have some people who are saying, yeah, well, the Americans definitely aren't represented. I mean, a lot of us Brits aren't even represented.
Pitt the Elder, a renowned former Prime Minister, who adds
that this kingdom has no right to lay a tax upon the colonies.
What greater glory can New England see than stamp men hanging from a tree? Oh, man. That's quite a line.
Throughout 1765, colonial assemblies meet to protest against the new acts. In the Virginia House of Burgesses, Patrick Henry emerges as one of the most radical leaders of colonial resistance. He proposes a series of resolutions which are adopted by the House.
Resolved, that the first adventurers and settlers of His Majesty's colony and dominion of Virginia brought with them all the liberties, privileges, and immunity.
I will say, it's sort of funny that we've got this, American voice reading this, because of course, at this point, everyone involved in this story would have all had old-timey English accents, which, no one really wants to do, but it's sort of funny to see that sort of modern take on it, I guess.
that have at any time been held, enjoyed, and possessed by the people of Great Britain. Resolved, that the taxation of the people by themselves, or by persons chosen by themselves to represent them, is the only security against a burdensome taxation.
I mean, once again, remember, all of this is within British tradition. All of this is very John Locke, you know what I mean? This is all that British tradition of freedom and liberty, which is now being taken up by these American colonists who are saying, hey, wait a minute, what about John Locke? What about all these ideas? Are we not supposed to embrace these? Are these not part of our political tradition? You know, have we forgotten about this?
But there are bitter divisions within the Virginia Assembly. Some members believe Patrick Henry goes too far. Loyalty to Britain and the British Crown is deep-rooted.
Yeah.
Conservative members succeed in removing his most radical resolution, that only Virginia's assembly has the authority to raise taxes in the colony.
Right. And once again, at this point, someone like a Patrick Henry was seen as quite a radical, especially in the southern colonies. You still have, not just in the South, but throughout the colonies, a lot of allegiance to the British Parliament, to the British Crown in particular. These are all good, upstanding British subjects. Of course, they have loyalty to the Crown. And so this type of radicalism is still sort of niche. Now, it will be slowly on the rise, but this is not the most popular strain of thought at this point.
Among the regular observers at these debates, a brilliant 22-year-old law clerk named Thomas Jefferson. The divisions in Virginia are mirrored across the colonies.
Yep.
As debate grows more heated and protests turn violent. Tax collectors are beaten up by mobs, driven out of town, or forced to resign. Tax documents are destroyed.
And really, at the best of times, tax collectors have never been a very popular group of people. You know what I mean? We've got many examples throughout history of tax collectors being beaten or chased out of towns or whatever. So these are already not very liked individuals. And now that there's this, you know, very open political element to it, tax collectors, they're in danger, basically.
Effigies of royal governors are burned or hanged from liberty trees. Meanwhile, delegates from 9 of the 13 colonies meet in New York, where they draft a petition to the British King, George III,
And by the way, this sort of thing is a big moment, right? Because we've talked about that there's not, in many ways, a whole lot uniting these colonies. They're all quite different. Though there is an idea of an American, it's not any sort of national identity, right? It's more a sort of geographical descriptor, though it's becoming a certain type of identity. And so, having a lot of these colonies come together in these congresses, and we'll see a series of these congresses, is a big way in which everyone starts to come together. You know, it's like, well, New Jersey has got its issues, so is Pennsylvania, so is Massachusetts, so is Connecticut, etc., etc. But instead of taking all these issues on individually, they start to say, hey, wait a minute, what if we all got together and worked in unison? And, you know, you can sort of see here they're building towards something much bigger.
Parliament. While assuring Crown and Parliament of their unwavering loyalty, the delegates declare that it is their right, as Englishmen, to have no taxes imposed upon them without their consent.
Right.
Colonial merchants begin to organize a boycott of British goods. The uproar, the possible damage to trade, plus the fact the taxes are clearly unenforceable, finally forces the British government to back down.
Yeah. And this is sort of a theme we'll see repeatedly until, you know, finally the Parliament's like, no, we have to assert ourselves. Because remember, we've had this era of salutary neglect. The British Parliament is like, look, just perform your role in our economic system and we'll leave you alone. So now they're trying to come in with these taxes. They try it, it doesn't work. They say, fine, we'll back down. And we'll see this process sort of repeated a couple of times before the tension just gets too high.
The following year, 1766, the Sugar Act and Stamp Act are scrapped by a new British Prime Minister, Lord Rockingham. The colonies have won a major victory. But the British Parliament does not back down over its right to raise taxes in America.
Right, and the thing is, when you have an issue like this, sometimes you can get what you want, which is these taxes repealed, but by the end, it's almost not enough, right? And that's actually true for both sides here, right? The British Parliament has been forced to back down, right? So they have not gotten what they wanted, and they still maintain their right to unilaterally impose taxes on the American colonies, right? Without representation. Whereas the American colonists, sure, they sort of got what they wanted here, these taxes repealed, though there will be more in the future. But even in this moment, you have some people who are like, now wait a minute, now we got these taxes repealed, which is what we wanted, but we haven't really addressed the key issue, which is, we're having all this stuff imposed on us, and we don't have representation. That's still a problem. And so people are now sort of ginned up, they're ready to go. And so when the next battle comes, well, at this moment, still only a political battle, people are going to be ready and raring to go.
The same day it repeals the taxes, it declares,
Parliament assembled had, hath, and of right ought to have full power and authority to make laws and statutes of sufficient force and validity to bind the colonies and people of America, in all cases whatsoever.
Right.
The words seem calculated to outrage America's colonial assemblies and convince many that though this storm has passed, another will surely follow.
Suppose a military force is sent into America. They will not find a rebellion. They may indeed make one. Very prescient. From Benjamin Franklin. Very prescient, right? So what he's saying here is, look, you send in a military force, you are going to provoke the very rebellion you're trying to avoid. People are already up in arms about how these taxes are being imposed without representation. If you send a standing army over the ocean, it's only going to make you look more authoritarian, which people really don't like. And at this point, Benjamin Franklin, he's the rare figure at this point who is both known, in the Americas and known back in Europe, right? He's this sort of transatlantic figure, probably the first really famous American, right? If we want to talk about American in that sense. And in fact, Benjamin Franklin plays a big role in sort of defining what an American is. A lot of these values, ideas associated with being an American, Benjamin Franklin lays a lot of that out. I mean, there's a lot that could be said about that. Basically, very influential figure. This American, who, by the way, is pretty early to the game of American identity. Once again, Franklin will play a big role in bringing people together, who is still important and well-known back in Europe, and sort of plays the role of, well, later an official, but at this point, sort of an unofficial representative back in Britain. He says, hey, as the #1 American, you should listen to me when I tell you this is a bad idea. And he'll sort of play this role in France when America's looking, or the colonies are looking for help from France. He'll go as sort of America's representative, saying, hey guys, as the #1 American, give me some money,
1767. 1 year on, Parliament passes a new series of measures to raise revenue from the colonies and demonstrate its authority over them.
Uh-oh.
They are named after the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Townshend Acts. In the 13 colonies, they are met with howls of protest.
Yep.
Royal administrators are chased out of towns. Some tax officials are tarred and feathered, a brutal punishment where the victim is paraded through the streets covered in scalding tar.
Yeah, it's brutal.
A new term emerges for these rabble-rousers. Patriots.
Yeah. So something else I'm going to point out is that another part of this that's making people mad, right? We talked about how there was this era of salutary neglect, and the colonies were basically being left to their own affairs. Well, during that period of time, there's been a lot of smuggling, right? Britain still sort of has this mercantilist policy where they have that system of trade I sort of laid out, where everything really goes back to the motherland, the metropole, Britain, in the end, but you've got this system between Britain and the mainland colonies and the Caribbean colonies, and they're all meant to be supporting each other, and they're not meant to be interacting with, say, French colonies or Spanish colonies. Well, when Britain's not really enforcing its own policies, what do you think happens? These American colonists do a lot of smuggling with the Spanish and the French and the Dutch and etc., etc. So, when all this starts happening, and Britain's trying to enforce its authority, one thing they want to do is crack down on smuggling. And everyone's like, hey, what are you doing? This is like our way of life. We've been doing this for like more than 100 years. So that's sort of another thing. You can stack it on top of the others, where basically these colonists have set out their own way of life with basically, in many ways, the absence of direct British rule. With the 7 Years' War, the British Parliament really comes in, and they want to shake things up. They want to rule directly. And these people are like, whoa, wait a minute, we've kind of got a thing going on here.
Colonists who seek to avoid confrontation with Parliament become known as loyalists. Many communities,
Sometimes called Tories.
and even families, will soon be divided between these two camps. Though for now, most are somewhere in the middle. Among the Patriots in New England are a group calling themselves the Sons of Liberty. Led by Samuel Adams, they include merchant and smuggler John Hancock,
Was I not just talking about smuggling?
physician
Often at this time, merchant slash smuggler might as well have been the same thing, right? Frankly, if you were a colonial merchant, you were probably also a smuggler. Not always, but a lot of the time.
Joseph Warren, and silversmith Paul Revere. The Christ
And I will say, I talked earlier about the class dynamic here, how you have a lot of these sort of elites involved. Now, that's not, like, entirely the case. As the revolution, and we're not quite, well, there's sort of a debate over whether the American Revolution is just the war, or is it this whole thing? Is this whole thing the American Revolution? But I'm sort of using it more broadly. The revolution here, as it goes on, will bring more people in. It'll become more of a cross-class coalition. But I will say, especially sort of in the middle colonies and up here in New England, though you do see the involvement of this sort of merchant elite, there's also a lot of this sort of middle-class type individual who may be a merchant or a tradesman of some kind. You know, they may be more or less successful. We're talking about a range of people, and from the beginning, especially up here in New England, they are quite involved in this conflict. Right, so here, of course, you see your elite, top of the top, but you do see a lot of these more middle-class type individuals or middling individuals who are involved as patriots from pretty early on.
crisis comes to a head in Massachusetts. Boston has been a hotbed of patriot activity since the Stamp Act. And tension rises when British soldiers are quartered here in 1768. On the 5th of March, 1770, an altercation between soldiers and locals turns into a tense standoff. Taunted by an angry crowd, hundreds strong, pelted with snowballs and rocks, the small British detachment loses its nerve and opens fire.
Yeah.
Five local men are killed. The Boston Massacre, as it becomes known, is powerful propaganda for the Patriot cause.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive event in the lead up to revolution. right? For a variety of different reasons. First of all, this is this sort of almost archetypical moment that you see in so many revolutions, where you've got a line of soldiers and a crowd. And the crowd is angry, they're pushing, they're throwing things. And what always happens in these types of situations? Someone fires. And then what do you have? You've got a massacre on your hands, right? So we see this exact instant play out many times throughout history. I will say this whole thing is a big reason why we have our Third Amendment today to prevent the quartering of soldiers. But along with being this big event, it's also very powerful propaganda, right? I mean, Paul Revere is very much involved in spreading that propaganda, right? I'm sure it doesn't take much to imagine why this would be effective propaganda, right? You can say you have this, it wasn't entirely peaceful, but how you're going to frame it is a peaceful protest of good, loyal citizens, protesting against these tyrannical policies. And what happens? The soldiers fire into the crowd. I mean, the story writes itself, right? So this gets people really riled up.
The news carried in pamphlets and prints, the most famous created by Paul Revere.
Yep.
Blood has been spilt. Emotions are running high.
Let the 5th of March never be forgot,
Writes Bostonian Samuel Savage in his diary. Many anticipate a downward spiral into violence and disorder.
Yeah. The inhabitants are greatly enraged, and not without reason. Yeah.
Despite the bloodshed in Boston, there are many on both sides who seek to de-escalate the crisis between British, Loyalists and Patriots. The British Governor of Massachusetts, Thomas Hutchinson, withdraws the troops from Boston.
Right. At this point, well, first of all, almost no one is using the I word, independence. Still way, way too early. Most of the people involved still see themselves as loyal British subjects. However, there is an incredibly high amount of tension, right? The streets of Boston are up in arms. People are furious, and they are ready for violence. You have this increasingly radical faction of patriots who wants essentially direct resistance to the British Parliament and these British soldiers, right? So the tension's getting higher and higher and higher, but, once again, still a little early for independence from the vast, vast majority, and you still have a lot of people who are trying to de-escalate, right? Whether you're more inclined toward the patriot cause or the loyalist cause, people are like, whoa, let's tone it down a little bit.
And has those involved in the shooting put on trial. They are acquitted of murder thanks to the efforts of their skilled lawyer, a noted patriot, John Adams.
It's a sort of a moment where John Adams is like, I'll step up to my principles. He's someone who believes in a free and fair trial. He's a patriot, but he says, you know what? I'll represent these guys. It's like, all right, John, okay. You're really a principled individual.
In Britain, there is a new Prime Minister, Lord North. A close friend of the King and staunch advocate of parliamentary authority, he will serve in the role for the next 12 years. The economic damage of colonial boycotts persuades him to repeal Townshend's new taxes. All but one, on tea. Relative calm returns to the colonies.
So once again, you see this situation where the taxes are put in place, everyone gets super mad, a big conflagration happens, they mostly or all get repealed, right? So Parliament steps up and it steps down. But each time this happens, people get more and more angry and more mobilized and radical and political, right? So when the next issue comes, people are even more ready to fight. And though Parliament has sort of been stepping down, backing off, they're still not backing off their absolute authority to impose these taxes, right? And so they're still holding that line.
The boycott is lifted. A second crisis has been weathered. But in New England, hostility towards the British government lingers.
Yeah.
Here, local merchants rely on ships and trade, and have long resented British imperial rules, which restrict their commerce with other nations.
Like I said, being a merchant often also meant being a smuggler, right? And for a long time, especially when Britain hasn't been paying much attention, people are ignoring those rules and trading with the French and the Spanish and etc.
Many patriots, like John Hancock, make extra money by smuggling goods into the colonies, bypassing British import duties. British efforts to clamp down on smuggling do not make them any more popular.
No.
Royal Navy warships are used to inspect and seize vessels belonging to prominent local figures, like John Hancock. To the outrage of New England merchants, the British also begin trying suspected smugglers in special Vice Admiralty courts, rather than the more sympathetic local courts.
Right, because that's exactly it. The more sympathetic local courts, because they know if they charge these people in local courts, they're probably going to get off without much punishment. Now, Britain here is trying to enforce its policy, but you can imagine how this makes the people outraged. Because, first of all, this smuggling's been happening for a very long time. And for most of that time, Britain has not super strongly been enforcing the restrictions on smuggling, though they have to a certain extent. That's absolutely true. They never liked smuggling. I don't want to misrepresent that. Now that enforcement is ramping up, and up. People already don't like that. It's a further restriction on what they can and can't do. And now, when they catch these pretty respectable merchants smuggling, instead of trying them in a regular court, they bring them to a Vice Admiralty court. This is seen as quite outrageous. They say you don't even want to properly try people within the bounds of the law. You want to take them out just so you can punish them more harshly. Right? So once again, people are getting angrier and more radicalized.
In 1772, the Sons of Liberty hit back, boarding the Royal Navy schooner HMS Gaspé and setting it ablaze. Meanwhile, in Britain, the Empire's largest corporation is on the verge of bankruptcy. The East India Company has a monopoly on British trade with India, China, and the East Indies. But a credit crisis now threatens its survival.
And that's how a lot of these corporations initially form in this era of exploration and imperialism, right? They're essentially these corporations that have been founded to have monopolies on trade with particular places or trade of particular items, right? These are essentially corporations that have control over particular monopolies, usually granted to them by the crown of their respective country. Now, a lot of these corporations, as we head into the late 1700s, into the 1800s, they're sort of going to have to either adapt to this new era that's coming, or they're going to fall apart.
In 1773, to help keep the company afloat, Parliament grants it the right to sell tea directly to the American colonies. The company also receives tariff exemptions that will make its tea cheaper than that of the local smugglers.
Yeah.
But a small tax of 3 pence per pound of tea remains in place. The new Tea Act thus threatens the profits of local smugglers and provokes patriots on the principle of taxation without representation.
And of course, as I think I've mentioned a couple of times, especially up in New England, many of your most devoted patriots are these usually middle class and or upper class type of merchants, right? And they're the ones being hit by this.
As 7 company ships cross the Atlantic, packed with 250 tons of tea, the Sons of Liberty and others pressure tea dealers to reject the shipments. When one ship...
Yeah, and that pressure could, it wasn't just pressure, could sometimes be more direct intervention.
...arrives in Philadelphia, thousands of locals threaten anyone who helps to unload its cargo.
That's right.
Most of the ships are forced to turn back. In Boston, however, Governor Thomas Hutchinson has had enough of boycotts. He ensures that 3 company ships enter the harbor.
Uh-oh. Surely this will all go well. The other ships in these other cities like Philadelphia, they've been turned back. They did not want to deal with the smoke that the colonists had for them. Well, up here in Boston, Hutchinson's like, I'm done with all of this boycotting and this rioting in the streets. I'm gonna have order. Okay, well, we'll see how that works out.
On a December evening in 1773, members of the Sons of Liberty board the ships, disguised as Native Americans.
Yeah.
They've chosen these costumes as a symbol of their new American identity.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. I mean, there's a lot to be said, not to get too much into it now, because there will be chances to talk about it throughout this series, but of sort of the hypocrisy of a lot of these causes, right? These colonists are outraged against the British, and they talk of oppression and slavery and all that sort of stuff, while a lot of these colonists, up here in the North, many of them aren't super in favor of slavery, but a lot of these colonists either don't care about or are in favor of slavery. And one of the issues that will separate a lot of these colonists from the British government is that these American colonists want to keep pushing the indigenous people out of their territory, whereas at times, not always, but at times, the British government is like, okay, hold back a little bit. So some of the language here and the symbols taken are, pretty much dripping in hypocrisy, but,
They break open 340 chests of tea and dump the contents into the harbor. 92,000 pounds of tea in all, with a value today of nearly $2 million.
Damn.
Patriots celebrate the Boston Tea Party as a bold act of defiance. And it is just the most famous of several such acts in numerous ports and towns. According to Patriot lawyer John Adams,
this is the most magnificent movement of all. There is a dignity, a majesty, a sublimity in this last effort of the Patriots that I greatly admire. The people should never rise without doing something to be remembered, something notable and striking.
the reaction in London is rather different.
Yeah.
The British government sees only lawlessness, mob rule, and an outrageous attack on private property. Enough is enough. If the government does not act firmly now, its authority in North America will lie in tatters.
But it turns out that if they do act now, their authority will be non-existent. But obviously, no one here can see the future, right? You have this continued escalation. And, I mean, what would have been the right response from the British Parliament? It's sort of hard to say. They're sort of doing this dance of, well, we go in with the authority, and then we back off, and then we go in. Now, I can tell you that definitely wasn't the move. But, of course, from their perspective, they feel, well, if we just completely back off, what are the point of these even being our colonies? We have no control over them, so we have to assert our authority. But, of course, in retrospect, we know that by asserting their authority, they're going to lead to the exact revolution and then independence that they are trying to avoid.
The time for restraint is over. The gloves are coming off.
Whoa. Whatever may be the consequence, we must risk something. If we do not, all is over. From Lord North. Alrighty.
April 1774. 11 years have passed since British victory in the 7 Years' War. And since that moment, ties between the 13 colonies and the motherland have been under increasing strain. Much of the dispute is over the British Parliament's right to tax the colonies.
Right, we mentioned last time that the 7 Years' War was really the inciting event for all of this, right? Ending in 1763, it's now been about a little more than 10 years after the end of that conflict, right? The 7 Years' War meant far more direct influence from the British government, right? A bunch of troops being sent in, a lot more direct governance, and of course, they spent so much on the war, it also meant all these additional taxes on the colonies. Now, we talked a lot about this last time. Of course, there's the economic issue, but really, the bigger issue here is more one of principle, that these colonies had been left to essentially govern themselves under the quote-unquote policy of salutary neglect, which basically meant that the British government wasn't really enforcing its policies on the colonies. Well, now, the government's arrived. Parliament is here, and it's brought troops, and it's saying, hey, not only are we putting these new taxes on you, but you're actually going to obey them. You're going to obey our policies. You're going to pay these taxes, and we are going to govern you much more directly. This was a pretty nasty shock to the colonies, who were not used to this sort of thing. And now it has been more than 10 years of that continued escalation as tension has continued to ramp up, and now violence has started to emerge. The Boston Massacre, of course, destruction of property like the Boston Tea Party, and soon we're going to get to actual battles in the field.
A right fiercely contested by many colonists. But it is also a conflict over sovereignty.
Yep.
About who governs in North America.
That's exactly it. Like I said, these colonies had essentially been governing themselves through these assemblies. They'd, in many ways, had self-government. Now, of course, they were still colonies of Britain. You know, Parliament had the ultimate say, but really, in practice, these assemblies had been governing themselves. Well, now that's changed, right? Now Parliament's here, some soldiers are here, they want to directly govern, and so there's that, right, where these assemblies are pretty upset, these colonists are pretty upset that they can no longer govern themselves, but also they're saying, hey, you're bringing in all these policies and all these taxes, we're not even represented in the Parliament. This is the whole no taxation without representation thing, right? And so there's a lot of dissatisfaction here.
On the frontier, and for all colonists who have a stake in westward expansion, there are added reasons to resent the British government.
Oh yeah.
This is where the 7 Years' War, known locally as the French and Indian War, had started. The first shots were fired in 1754 in Ohio country by troops under the command of a 22-year-old Lieutenant Colonel George Washington.
Yep. Yeah, the 7 Years' War begins because Britain and France are fighting over Ohio. It's sort of crazy to say today, but that is really what the entire conflict erupts out of. Now, of course, you know, everything gets a whole lot more complicated after that, and you get what is really a global conflict, but it all starts here.
After the war, the British hoped to end clashes with Native American tribes and bring peace to the frontier. To this end, in 1763, a royal proclamation is issued, which imposes limits on further westward expansion beyond the Appalachian Mountains into the land now termed Indian Territory.
Right, and so this is called the Proclamation Line of 1763 for pretty obvious reasons. Now, the problem here is that you've got a clash of interests. The people on the ground have different interests than the British government, right? So think about it. The British government, the king, the parliament, back in Britain, well, they've just been through this years-long conflict. It has, in many ways, bankrupted them. They've taken on all these loans. They can't afford more fighting. They don't want to deal with it. And so they say, look, we're going to set up this proclamation line. You cannot settle, and this is talking to the colonists, the Americans here, you cannot settle west of this line, okay? This is Indian territory. We don't want to deal with more fighting and more war. That is what the British government is thinking. The colonists here, well, these people came to America for a reason. They want to settle more and more territory. And so they want to keep pushing westwards. They see no legitimacy in this order. They think this is ridiculous. You know, this is our territory. We're going to keep pushing west. Of course, they do not hold the Native Americans in very high regard. These colonists believe they should be the ones taking this territory. And so, let me ask you a question. Do you think they obey this proclamation? Of course they don't. They continue to settle west of this proclamation line, and they're very upset at the government for even setting this up.
For colonial land speculators, pioneers, and farmers, the proclamation cuts off access to a vast source of cheap land.
Right, and speculators are a big one there. Remember, there's always money tied up in everything. These land speculators are making an incredible amount of money, right? They are essentially betting on these tracts of land, and then when they can finally secure them, they're making a lot of money on this territory. Because, you know, it's either being taken by force from the indigenous people, or there are some land deals made, but of course the Native Americans are not getting good deals on this land, right? And so these speculators are making a lot of money. So you have the sort of pioneers on the ground who have this interest in moving west, and of course these speculators who are making the big bucks, right? And now their source of income's being cut off. They don't like that.
And stokes further anti-parliamentary feeling.
And by the way, this is in many ways the root of sort of, dynamic we still have today, which is sort of the government elite out east. Now, initially out east literally meant all the way in Britain across the Atlantic. Now out east means the East Coast, or your coastal elites, versus those out west. Right? Those on the frontier. There's always been this dynamic between those who want to push west and want to settle and see themselves as these rugged individualists versus the elites who are actually running the government. There's always been this tension between these two forces. Now, at the moment, it's a tension between these people settling out west, these frontiersmen, and often British colonial administrators, whether in the Americas or in Britain. That tension will evolve into these frontiersmen versus American federal officials, but some of that dynamic is already here at this point.
Colony's list of grievances seems to grow year by year. And with each new attempt by the British Parliament to assert its authority, colonial resistance grows fiercer and bolder. The destruction of 46 tons of East India Company tea in the so-called Boston Tea Party is the final straw.
Yep.
Lord North's government decides to make an example of Boston.
Because once again, let's think about, it's always about money, right? And so, you know, there's been literal violence against British tax collectors. But what gets the Parliament really going? The destruction of property. This is losing, the British government, essentially, through their corporation, a lot of money. They cannot stand that. They cannot abide that. And so now they're going to take action.
And the colony of Massachusetts. In the spring of 1774, the British send 4,000 troops to occupy the colony and pass a series of measures known as the Coercive Acts. The governor is replaced by a new military governor, General Gage. Boston's port is closed to commerce by Royal Navy blockade. Representative assemblies in Massachusetts are limited, and it becomes easier for British troops to requisition housing throughout the colonies.
Right, and this is why we have our Third Amendment. But you can see here, things have really escalated at this point, right? Now, we started off with these taxes, which, may appear sort of somewhat limited compared to this, which is this immediate tyrannical direct control over Boston, right? You see all these actions. Now, if people were already feeling like the British government was behaving in a tyrannical and non-representative manner against them, well, they've sort of been justified in thinking that due to all these actions that are being taken. Now their rights and their liberties, as remember, as Englishmen, right, because these people still see themselves as these, English subjects, they feel they have rights and liberties in this English tradition. Well, now those rights and liberties have absolutely been violated in a very direct manner.
The British government also passes the Quebec Act. To appease French Canadians, Catholicism is to be tolerated in Canada, angering staunch New England Protestants.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, New England has already come a long way from the early, intense Puritan roots, but it's still a very Protestant region of North America. This, they don't like this. They don't like this at all.
Large tracts of Midwestern land are also allocated to the province of Quebec, further antagonizing American colonists who had their eyes on the land. In America, the coercive acts are quickly labeled the intolerable acts.
Yep.
And the effect is the opposite of that intended. The colonies rally in support of Massachusetts and in defiance of the latest act of parliamentary tyranny.
I love that this was referenced last time as well. I don't think I mentioned it last time. It's a political cartoon by the one and only Benjamin Franklin, which was actually from a couple of years prior to this. But as you can imagine, this imagery was very much reused during the Revolution and has become very iconic and very associated with this revolutionary moment. The chopped up snake. And the idea that, well, all these colonies, we must join or die, right? We all gotta come together or, well, it's gonna be done for us. Like I said, this was not made for this moment. It was made a couple years before, but you can see how it's applicable to this moment, or becoming applicable as tensions ramp up.
In Virginia, the House of Burgesses declares its support for Massachusetts, and is promptly shut down by the royal governor, Lord Dunmore. So Virginians reconvene in their own assemblies, and once more call for their rights under the British Constitution to be upheld. One of the most radical statements comes from Fairfax County, where the meeting is chaired by local patriot landowner George Washington.
I mean, this is when you really start seeing a lot of these characters pop up. George Washington, we already saw mentioned in reference to the 7 Years' War. See a lot of these guys. A still pretty young Thomas Jefferson, who's really getting his feet wet in politics. So some big names will begin to pop up.
10 years earlier, the colonies had not dared to claim that only they had the right to govern themselves. Now, they don't hold back.
Resolved, as the inhabitants of the American colonies are not, and from their situation cannot, be represented in the British Parliament, the legislative power here can of right be exercised only by our own provincial assemblies.
So you can see how this is an escalation, right? Because the initial issue is no taxation without representation. As in, you're imposing these taxes on us, these policies, and yet we're not represented in the parliament, and we should be. Well, we've evolved from that to now where, it still is not calling for independence, but what it's saying is, in order for us to be represented, we can only be represented through our own assemblies. That is the only legitimate version of this British legislative authority in the American colonies. Right? And so you're seeing a further separation, and they're calling essentially for more and more autonomy. Now, of course, everyone already was sort of on board with the idea of the colonial assemblies running things, but now they're directly stating, hey, these assemblies, they're the only legitimate legislative authority that we recognize. So things are getting more and more tense. There's a further separation from Britain and the British Parliament. Once again, it's still not independence, but you can see how we're moving closer and closer to that point.
Resolved, the powers over the people of America, now claimed by the British House of Commons, must, if continued, establish the most grievous and intolerable species of tyranny and oppression that ever was inflicted upon mankind.
Maybe a little over-exaggerated, but, you know, they're mad.
Virginian patriots call for a Congress composed of delegates from the colonies to meet and discuss a collective response to the latest crisis.
Oh.
Such calls are echoed across the colonies, and in September 1774, the First Continental Congress meets in Carpenter's Hall, Philadelphia.
And I think I made a point of this last time, but this is when we truly start to see the formation of an America. You know what I mean? I don't mean America as the sort of geographical term, but meaning the country that will become the United States of America, right? We've got these 13 separate colonies, which in some ways have their own interests and did not need to come together, right? I mean, you know, Virginia in some ways is similar to Massachusetts, but in some ways is quite different, right? They did not have to recognize each other as in the same situation and come together. They could have been like, meh, you can handle your own thing. Well, we're not going to get involved. It looks like a lot more trouble than it's worth. But that's not what happens. Through actions, and this is a big one, like calling the First Continental Congress, we see these colonies begin to come together and start to recognize they're part of this shared struggle. And some people had already been pushing for this idea of a shared struggle across the colonies. You know, I always talk about the formation of a unified American identity. Because, of course, up until this point, sure, you'll see references to Americans in literature, but it was not referring to any sort of nationality. It's more sort of a geographical term, right? These people identified themselves as British subjects. They may have identified with a particular religion, whatever. But now what we see is the beginning of this process of the formation of some type of American identity. What does it mean to be an American? Do we all have a shared struggle? Well, yes, we do. You know, I was talking about Benjamin Franklin, who was someone who really sort of pushes this early idea of an American identity through his newspapers and through the postal system, right? People like that are starting to bring everybody together. You know, it's not just that we're operating as 13 separate colonies, but maybe we're all one big thing, right? Maybe one big country, perhaps.
It is attended by 56 delegates from 12 of the 13 colonies. Among them, several men who will play key roles in the struggle ahead.
Oh, yeah.
John and Samuel Adams of Massachusetts, self-made men incensed by the British occupation of their colony.
And, I mean, Massachusetts, those guys in particular were real rabble-rousers. You can really, in some ways, see the quality of each colony here, or each state as they will become, by who they send, right? Massachusetts is represented by these guys who very much represent this class of middling to upper class, in many ways self-made sort of businessmen and merchantmen, right? That's exactly the type we're talking about here, who tended to be pretty radical, well-read, very much inspired by this type of radical patriot rhetoric. You can look at other states, like Virginia, who is going to send primarily their sort of class of planter elites, right? So you can see, in some ways, and of course, there's a discrepancy here where, you know, most Virginians were not planter elites, but that's who sort of ran the colony. So what you're seeing here is really the leadership class of each colony represented, and that leadership class may have made up more or less of the population of each colony, right? I mean, things operated differently in these different colonies.
John Dickinson, a moderate from Pennsylvania who seeks reconciliation with Britain,
Yep.
and Patrick Henry, the radical from Virginia, who holds what for most is still an extreme position, total independence.
Yeah, and I say that, the New Englanders tended to be more radical, but Patrick Henry here is breaking the mold. He is one of, if not the most radical of the bunch, in terms of the patriot cause, and he's a Virginian.
From Great Britain.
He's representing Virginia.
Despite their divisions, a compromise is reached. The colonies agree to boycott all British goods until the intolerable acts are repealed. They will also send another petition to King George III, listing their grievances, while expressing continued loyalty and desire for reconciliation.
Yeah, so that's still the point we're at, right? Maybe the rare independent supporter, we're still a long way from that. Well, actually, we're not that far away. But in terms of rhetoric, the idea still is, yeah, we're really mad, and we're going to boycott and resist and whatever, but we still proclaim loyalty to the British Crown, as we should, as good subjects, and we still want reconciliation. That is still the line. And this is where you can talk a little bit about the policy of the British government, the Crown and the Parliament, where they're not really handling any of this very well, right? They sort of keep pushing when they shouldn't. They pull back when it weakens them, right? They're not handling this very well, but overall, they do stand behind their sort of principle that they have a right to unilaterally tax the colonies. And this puts them at an impasse. And I think perhaps if the government or the king had been a little more willing to compromise, you might have ended up with a different situation. But as with many revolutions, that was not the case. The power, in this case Parliament and the king, well, they were in the end going to be pretty stubborn. You can see a somewhat similar situation with the English Civil War. The king, he just refused to compromise in the end. It was never enough. And so, well, you're going to see an outbreak of violence and revolution.
We ask but for peace, liberty, and safety. Your royal authority over us and our connection with Great Britain, we shall always carefully and zealously endeavor to support and maintain.
Their petition never receives a formal response.
And of course, you can think about the king's perspective here, or Parliament, and of course, I think I said this before, but Parliament was not necessarily unified on this. You had members of Parliament who were sympathetic or even supportive of the American cause. But when I talk about Parliament as an institution, it does support its own claim to tax and rule over the colonies. So that's what I mean when I say Parliament, though it was not unified. But, no official response. You can see from the king and Parliament's perspective that they're thinking, this is ridiculous. These are our colonies. We can do whatever the hell we want to them. If we want to tax them, we can tax them. If we want to impose whatever policies we want, we can do that. They have no right to stand up against us. Which, in some ways, I think is a violation of that English principle of liberty and freedom laid out by John Locke, for example. And a lot of these American revolutionaries are very much inspired by the writing of John Locke. So there's sort of, you could really make the argument on either end here. But for the king, he's thinking, I can't believe this. They're reaching out to me for reconciliation. No, they should just give up. Okay? I have a right to do everything that I'm doing. There's no way they're coming at me like this. And, well, that's sort of the line of thought they're going to continue on.
The First Continental Congress cannot solve the crisis, but it has demonstrated that the colonies can come together to debate shared grievances and form a plan of action.
Very important.
The delegates are impressed with their fellow Americans and recognize the importance of their task.
There's the snake again.
A new sense of solidarity inspires confidence that, if required, they can work together again for the common interest of all.
The disease was believed to have been confined to the town of Boston, but now it's so universal, there's no knowing where to apply a remedy. From Gage.
In America, the long history of colonial and frontier wars means most British colonies maintain their own militia. Now, these part-time citizen soldiers are training regularly under local officers, anticipating a confrontation with the British.
Yeah, this was a pretty well-armed population, you know? I mean, there's a lot to be said about sort of American gun culture, the connections from then to today, which I don't think are always appropriate or accurate, but it is true, this is a pretty well-armed population, and at least a good chunk of the population is either experienced in warfare, usually frontier warfare, or they're doing this sort of militia training, right? And that's becoming more and more common as tensions heat up. All these colonials coming together to do this militia training. Now, don't get me wrong, they're not very well equipped. Most of them are still not very well trained. I mean, they're nothing compared to the British regular army, but some of them have some experience. They have some weapons at least, even if it's your, grandpa's hunting rifle. So there's some ability to resist, even if you would never think about standing up to the British Army, one of the greatest military forces in the world at this point.
It's a growing concern for General Thomas Gage, the British commander in North America, with 4,000 troops in Boston. He's also worried about the gunpowder reserves, held at strategic locations across Massachusetts, for use by government and militia forces. With tensions running high, control of the gunpowder becomes a priority for both sides.
Yeah.
In September 1774, Gage sends 260 men to secure a powder magazine in Suffolk County, Massachusetts. In such a suspicious atmosphere, the sight of British redcoats on the march ignites wild rumours that villages are being attacked, civilians massacred, and that British warships are shelling Boston.
Yeah, this really puts everyone on high alert. I mean, we've seen how high the tension is, right? I mean, at this point, it's already been years since the Boston Massacre. Violence has continued. People are really tense. They are worried that a fight's going to start, and frankly, they're expecting one at this point. So seeing the British regulars, the Red Coats, famously, marching through the countryside, everyone's like, uh-oh, is it kicking off?
None of them are true. Nevertheless, thousands of angry patriots gather in the streets of Cambridge, prompting local loyalists to flee to Boston. The patriots disperse the next day, but both sides are rattled by the incident.
I mean, this is really classic revolutionary fervor and fear, right? You can think of, say, the French Revolution, where there are several points during the Revolution where the crowds really work themselves up into a frenzy, into a violent riot over fears that the king is going to march into the city, take control, use his troops to kill them or shell the city, right? In an atmosphere like this, and we're really at that peak point of tension, these rumors that are going around, they can lead to these explosions of unrest and violence and riots and mob justice and all this sorts of stuff.
That winter, General Gage pulls his forces back within Boston and begins to fortify approaches to the city. He also requests reinforcements from Britain. Parliament delays. The British Army is tiny, and sending troops to America is expensive. But with each passing month, colonial opposition grows stronger and more impassioned. In February, Parliament declares parts of the colony of Massachusetts to be in active rebellion.
Oh.
On the 23rd of March 1775, Patrick Henry addresses the Virginia Convention.
If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat, sir, let it come. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death.
Yeah. Can't help myself. No, but I mean, look, Patrick Henry here, as we know, he's sort of been wanting this for a while. You know what I mean? Let it come, he says. He's been wanting independence. He's been wanting this fight. And so, now that it's happening, he's like, hey, everybody, it's happening. It's time. Now's the time to stand up and fight, to be in solidarity with our comrades up in Boston, right? And of course, a very famous speech there from Patrick Henry.
The following month, General Gage receives orders to disarm the local militia and arrest its leaders. He targets a small town 20 miles from Boston called Concord, where he believes Patriot munitions and stores are stockpiled. But the Patriot militia know the British are coming, and the long-simmering standoff between Britain and its colonies is about to explode into open warfare.
We're getting some real iconic moments here. Stand your ground. Don't fire unless fired upon. But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here. Well, prophetic words.
19th of April, 1775, Boston. Around midnight, 700 British infantry, drawn from elite grenadier and light infantry companies, cross Boston Harbor in boats and begin their march to Concord. They are led by 51-year-old Colonel Francis Smith, who's been stationed in America for 8 years. His operation is supposed to be secret. The route has been carefully planned, and British scouts and spies patrol the countryside. But the Patriots have their own spy network in Boston. And before the British have even left the city, several Patriot horsemen, including Paul Revere, have ridden out to raise the alarm across eastern Massachusetts.
Hey, this is when those Minutemen come in handy, right? The idea is, in exactly a situation like this, we can ride through the countryside, let you know the British are coming, and these Minutemen, well, they're ready to pick up their arms, get out there, you know, try to form, and be ready to fight, right? I mean, shows you, by the way, how tense the situation was. I mean, the colony's been declared in open rebellion. Everyone knows a fight is coming. They may not have predicted it would be like this, but everyone is sort of ready for violence to kick off.
In Lexington, militia captain John Parker is alerted to the approaching British column. He gathers 80 militiamen on the village green to observe their advance. Around dawn, at 5 a.m., the head of the British column arrives. Redcoat officers order the militiamen to lay down their arms. Shouts and jeers are traded. Then, a shot rings out. From which side is not clear.
We don't know.
The British regulars fire a flurry of shots. The militia run for cover. 8 lie dead or dying. Just one British soldier is wounded. This small skirmish, lasting just a few minutes, is the first clash of the American Revolutionary War.
Yeah, I mean, this is the shot heard around the world. This is where it starts. No one knows who fired first, as it often is in these types of situations. It's not like it's a big drag-out battle. Just these American militiamen line up, fire at each other. Mostly they get injured, killed. They flee the battlefield. But now it's started, right? This is an open skirmish. This is the beginning of a war. That's what this is, right? We had of course, Boston Massacre, but this is different, right? Like I said, this is a war at this point, and that's what it's going to erupt into. It's begun, really.
The British march on to Concord. But the element of surprise they'd been counting on was lost hours ago.
Yeah.
On arrival, the British discover most of the Patriot stores have been hidden or removed. They spread out across town to destroy what they can find. Meanwhile, a large militia force gathers to the north, on a hill overlooking the town. They include several companies of the famous Minutemen, Hicks men from local settlements, ready to march at a minute's notice.
Exactly.
400 strong, they outnumber the British detachment guarding North Bridge 4-1. The militia are agitated. There are rumors of a massacre at Lexington. They can see smoke rising from Concord. Under pressure from his men to act, Militia Colonel James Barrett orders an advance to the bridge.
Yeah, they want to fight. And one thing we're seeing here is that, now, of course, Britain has the advantage in terms of resources, manpower, really everything. However, one thing is that the British are gonna, as this is kicking off and as the war really gets into swing, the British will have to treat the colonies now as hostile enemy territory, which means they're gonna need to cover the territory and hold it if they want to win this conflict, whereas the Patriots don't necessarily have to do that, right? They can jab at the British in these specific places. They don't need to blanket the countryside and hold it. Now, to be clear, there were plenty of loyalists in the American colonies. It's not like the Patriots had 100% support, or maybe at times even a majority support among the population. The numbers you often see is it's like a third were Patriots, a third neutral, a third loyalists. But the truth is that for the Patriots, this is home territory, whereas for these British regulars, it's enemy territory. We see a little bit of that here, and we'll kind of see this throughout the conflict and what we're going to see probably through the rest of this video. Although I want us to start thinking, as we follow this war, as it really kicks into gear, the question is sort of, how will the American revolutionaries, the Patriots, how will they win this conflict, even though they're going to be losing a lot of the battles we're going to see? A lot of the battles between the Patriots and the British will end in any loss for the Patriots, and yet in the end, they still win this war. So that's something to keep in mind as we witness these battles and the conflict play out.
Both sides have orders not to fire first. But alarmed by the approaching militia, the British fire a ragged volley.
Uh-oh.
The militia return fire. A handful of men fall killed and wounded on each side.
Now it's a real battle.
The outnumbered redcoats turn and run. The militia, stunned by their own success, do not pursue.
They're like, wait, what the hell? Did we win?
A standoff resumes, but now with bodies from both sides strewn across the battleground. The British commander, Colonel Smith, recognizes how exposed his force is.
Yeah.
And around noon, he orders his men to march back to Boston.
I mean, this is not going how he wanted it to go. The idea was that they would quietly and sneakily sort of make their way out to Concord, destroy these storage of gunpowder and guns, or requisition them, right, and take it back to Boston. That was sort of the idea, or Cambridge, right? Now, from the beginning, the operation was leaked. Everyone knew about it. they ran into some resistance at Lexington. Now, it didn't slow them down very much, but what it did was it alerted everybody in the area. Now they ran into some serious resistance in Concord. This operation is not going as planned. Time to wrap it up. However, he's right that they're exposed. Now they have to make their way all the way back through the countryside. And that is not going to be without issues.
By this time, thousands of Patriot militia are lining the road. They mount a series of ambushes on the British, targeting officers, several of whom are killed and wounded.
Yeah.
The British respond by bursting into homes along the route to clear out rebel marksmen, bayoneting anyone they find within.
So, I mean, very brutal combat. We see the beginning of sort of mistreatment of people who may not be involved, but also a lot of this is not regular combat, right? You know, it's not, I mean, sure, we saw in Lexington and Concord sort of a traditional line up and shoot each other, but what we're seeing now is these militiamen are forming in each of their local little towns or hamlets. They're coming up to the road or the British retreat, and they're sort of ambushing them, you know? Well, you know, this is not, like I said, traditional regular combat. It's closer to a sort of, in some ways, a guerrilla style of combat, though it's not, you know, don't over-exaggerate that. And we'll sort of see that character of warfare throughout this conflict. You will have a lot of these more regular, normal-style battles, but we will also see some more, you might call them guerrilla, or maybe frontier-style tactics, might be a more appropriate way to put it.
The British march descends into a shambolic retreat. Around 2 p.m., Smith's force reaches Lexington. Here, they are met by reinforcements from Boston. Lord Percy's brigade, 1,000 strong, with 2 cannon.
And they brought the guns.
They face nearly 4,000 Patriot militia. Percy's 2 guns open fire, dispersing the militia and buying the British some time before the retreat continues. Lord Percy oversees a more disciplined fighting retreat, but militia sniping claims a steady toll of his men.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're not getting into these sort of one-on-one confrontations, you've got Patriots the whole way down taking pot shots at troops and officers and killing some of them, right? So if you're the British, this is not going well for you.
As the embattled Redcoats approach Boston, they veer east to avoid another large militia force gathering at Cambridge. They reach the safety of Charlestown around nightfall. Many British soldiers have been marching and fighting without rest for almost 24 hours. All told, the British have lost 73 men killed and 173 wounded. The Americans, 49 killed and 39 wounded. It was nearly much worse for the British. As Lord Percy later writes of his rescue of Smith's force,
I had the happiness of saving them from inevitable destruction.
Yeah.
of their opponents, he adds,
Whoever dares to look upon them as an irregular mob will find himself much mistaken. They have men amongst them who know very well what they are about.
Oh yeah, quite the insight there. So look, once again, these Patriots, the Americans, they've got less training, less supplies, all that sort of stuff. But as we mentioned earlier, you know, they've been doing this militia training. Some of them have military experience, especially frontier experience. And so among this group, yeah, there are many who have very little to no experience. The supplies aren't great. The guns, a lot of them are pretty old. But a fair number of these guys have some experience. They know what they're doing. And though this is not necessarily a regular fighting force, it's definitely not an irregular mob. Percy is exactly right here.
By the scale of 18th century warfare, the battles of Lexington and Concord are not much more than skirmishes. But the ramifications will be seismic.
Oh, yeah. I feel great distress from a consciousness that my abilities and military experience may not be equal to the extensive and important trust from Washington.
In the aftermath of the fighting, 15,000 militiamen encircle Boston. The British are under siege. Massachusetts is in open rebellion.
Yeah, now it really
The
is.
news spreads like a shockwave. 3 weeks later, a second Continental Congress gathers in Philadelphia.
Right, because now it's time. You know what I mean? Patrick Henry's been saying it's time to join our brothers in arms in Massachusetts. Well, now it's time. You know, like they said, these battles are skirmishes. You look at the numbers of dead and wounded, they're not massive, but these were real battles, right? The British Army has been directly challenged in the field, and of course, though it's not this massive battle, they were forced to draw back. This is it, right? The war has begun. So it's time for everybody to get together and work out what they're going to do. And of course, many of them, and especially those like Patrick Henry, are like, here it is. It started. Now we fight.
Delegates had expected to be busy coordinating further protests. But suddenly, with the colonies in open conflict with the British, they begin to take on the work of a wartime government. Congress appoints a committee to secure military supplies, votes to raise loans to pay for them, and issue bills of credit. It also passes resolutions to reach out to potential allies in Canada, Britain's Caribbean colonies, and among Native American tribes. Many delegates are veterans of the first Congress, but there are also new faces.
Some very important new faces.
The celebrated inventor Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania, who has returned from England. He is appointed Postmaster General with orders to establish a new postal service.
And Benjamin Franklin, he's a real important guy. You know what I mean? He's not, when we talk about the actual war effort, the fighting of the war, he's not the most involved with that. But Benjamin Franklin, this postal service, actually be pretty important. You might be surprised to hear that, but this is really one of the things that holds these colonies together. This will be extremely important. Plus, Benjamin Franklin will be very important in negotiations and diplomacy with outside powers, France in particular, and also Britain by the end of the war. Not to mention, Benjamin Franklin plays a big role in, as I've said before, crafting this idea of being an American. And Benjamin Franklin, at this point, around the world, is the most famous American, bar none. He's a famous thinker, inventor particularly. You know, he's been around Europe. He's very well known, right? So he really uses his reputation here in order to advocate for the patriot cause.
Then there's the wealthy merchant John Hancock of Massachusetts. And in June, they are joined by the young lawyer Thomas Jefferson of Virginia. But Congress's most urgent priority is to form a united Continental Army that can stand against the inevitable British response. It is obvious that the large militia forces around Boston will be the Army's foundation. But who will lead them? For many in Congress, there's only one man for the job. The 43-year-old Virginian delegate, George Washington. He is well known for his patriot views and admired for his military service in the French and Indian War. As a not-so-subtle reminder of his credentials, the 6'2" Washington attends Congress in his Fairfax militia officer's uniform.
Right, so, first of all, 6'2", this man was a giant for that era. You can read sort of descriptions of George Washington, He was a giant. He was very strong. People were often amazed by his feats of strength. I think this is part of, and we'll be talking about Washington during this series. He had quite the force of personality. He was actually, I guess, more understated, but he had a real charisma to him, a real aura, as you might say, really quite inspiring to those around him. I think definitely a part of that, along with his understated style and sort of calm charisma and leadership, was just how tall he was, how much of a physical specimen he was. But I like to point to this moment where Washington is often seen as someone who, didn't like the spotlight and wasn't ambitious and all that sort of stuff. And there are times when that is true. This is not one of those times. Washington, wearing his uniform here, he's really telling everybody, though he won't necessarily say it, hey, I want the job, right? This is a moment when he is being ambitious. Now, to be fair, when Washington is president later in his life, I do believe he genuinely is not that interested, and people really have to force him into the office. He'd rather just go home. But sometimes the sort of reputation of George Washington as this humble, non-ambitious individual, man, could sort of obscure the truth, which in this case is he's being ambitious, he wants the job. Now, to be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, don't let the reputation and the rhetoric obscure the reality here.
John Adams, who nominates him for command, also believes appointing a Virginian to command New England troops will bolster the colony's unity.
Right. And there's always an eye towards this. Really, throughout American history, especially early American history, but even at this point, and especially at this point when things are still so shaky, yes, these colonies have been coming together, and they're forming some sort of unified something, but it could really fall apart at any moment. And so, people who are thinking about this, like Adams, have an eye towards, we gotta keep everyone unified. There are pretty significant divisions between these different colonies. You've got your southern colonies, your middle colonies, and your northern colonies. And especially the north and the south, they've got a lot of differences. Slavery is the one that most people will think of, though slavery was pretty common in a lot of the colonies, even in the middle colonies and northern colonies. But even beyond that, there's a lot of differences in religion and way of life and all this sort of stuff. And so there's an eye towards, all right, we got to keep everyone together, so let's appoint a Virginian, right? It's good for unity. We don't want sectarianism between the different colonies. We got to make sure everyone can stick together because that's the only way we're going to make it out of this. It's really join or die, that Franklin political cartoon.
On the 15th of June, 1775, Congress unanimously approves Washington's appointment as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. He agrees to serve without pay, only expenses. Yet he, like many Americans, is dismayed by the prospect of war.
Unhappy it is that the once happy and peaceful plains of America are either to be drenched with blood or inhabited by a race of slaves. Sad alternatives. But can a virtuous man hesitate in his choice?
In the tumultuous years ahead, many delegates will question the decision to give Washington command.
Yeah, we think of George Washington today, and especially in America, there's such a sort of reputation, right? We couldn't possibly imagine that he may have had detractors, but he did. During his service, he'll be challenged many times. He'll have a lot of criticism levied against him. People will say he's not cut out for the job. Now, I think he absolutely proves that he is cut out for the job. Is he the greatest general of all time? No. But he does his job, and he's a damn good leader, an inspiring, charismatic leader, right? So I think he absolutely does prove himself up for the task, but he gets a lot of criticism, and there's a lot of detractors at that time. I did also want to point out, and we've seen this a few times in this video, you see a lot of the language, and I think I mentioned this last time, maybe not, there's a lot of the language of slavery in the rhetoric here about how we won't be made slaves to Great Britain. and how we'll resist slavery and tyranny. Obviously, there's the blatant hypocrisy here of a lot of these guys, including Washington, of course, own slaves or are supportive of slavery, and yet they use all this rhetoric, right? So there's that hypocrisy right there at the root of it all. There's the occasional founding father who was opposed to slavery, but a lot of them were not, and a lot of them owned slaves, and yet still use this rhetoric. So just something to point out.
But ultimately, it will prove one of the best decisions ever made by Congress.
True.
The challenge Washington faces is immense. To form a professional army from scratch, with half-trained contingents from disparate colonies, to take on one of the world's most successful military powers. And before Washington can even reach the army, he learns the British have already attacked.
Uh-oh.
April 1775. A British ship carries an urgent message across the Atlantic to the American colonies. Britain's Parliament has passed a conciliatory resolution, a last-ditch effort by Prime Minister Lord North to avert conflict with the colonies.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's coming just too late.
Now that resolution is en route to America. It is a 6-week voyage. By the time it arrives, the shooting has started at Lexington and Concord. Blood has been spilled. The war has begun.
And look, I think tensions would have continued to rise anyway, but who knows? Maybe if that had arrived a bit earlier, things might have changed. I sincerely doubt that, however.
Lord North's conciliatory resolution is met with defiance in colonial assemblies and the Continental Congress. Its terms, which do not concede Parliament's right to tax the colonies, offer far too little, too late.
That's what I'm saying, right? Even if this conciliatory resolution had arrived before violence had truly broken out, I'm not sure it would have really changed anything. Like they said, too little, too late. We've seen this sort of push and pull where Parliament will try to assert its authority, then it will pull back, but it will maintain that it has the right to do all of this. Well, that's what the colonists were angry about. Unless Parliament was going to concede that right and give them more self-governance, I think tension would continue to build and revolution would have broken out anyway.
The reply from Congress, written by Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and Richard Henry Lee, is a litany of unredressed grievances.
Yeah.
The Coercive Acts, the Quebec Act, Vice Admiralty Courts, the list goes on. Negotiations are faltering.
And we're getting, by the way, some of our writers of the Revolution. Jefferson, assisted by Adams and Franklin. Got Lee there as well, but that's a pretty famous trio with those three. Of course, you're talking about writers of the Revolution, you have to mention Thomas Paine as well. Maybe even someone like John Dickinson a few years earlier. But that squad right there, some pretty important voices of the Revolution, which is now kicking off.
With fatal consequences. The fighting will continue and is about to reach bloody new heights.
Oh yeah. Part 3. These fellows say we won't fight. By heaven, I hope I shall die up to my knees in blood. My goodness.
June 1775. The main British force in America is in Boston, commanded by General Thomas Gage. He has been reinforced to 6,000 regulars. but he is besieged by 15,000 New England militia. These men are highly motivated and have proven capable in combat, but they lack discipline.
Yeah, they're not the greatest trained force of all time. They're lacking a lot of discipline, especially compared to the British regulars, right? But there's a lot of them, and they are motivated. They have a cause to fight for. This is the dynamic we'll see time and time again in this conflict, where the Americans, the colonists, this is their home territory. They're familiar, they're motivated, but they do lack a lot of training and discipline. Now, there will be efforts to fix that, from Washington in particular, but still, they're not comparing to the British regulars, right, who have that incredible training, that discipline, really one of, if not the best military forces in the world at that moment. However, the thing is, for Britain, this conflict is very far away. Of course, they don't have the entire British army over in the American colonies, and so for them it's going to be a struggle to keep their men supplied, to keep these supply lines going, and to send enough troops over to actually fight against the colonists, right? And so both sides have got these different struggles, but if you're talking about how effective and well-trained these fighting forces are, then no one, or almost no one, is going to measure up to the British army.
And ammunition. Prior to the arrival of their new commander-in-chief, George Washington, they are under the command of Artemus Ward, a sickly 47-year-old militia officer of limited experience.
Oh, great.
Nevertheless, under his...
I mean, hey, one of the great things about Washington was that he actually had experience in combat. And as we've seen, that wasn't incredibly rare. I mean, a lot of the guys who get involved in this conflict were, in one way or another, involved in the 7 Years' War, or the French and Indian War, as the American theater is sometimes referred to. So some of them have this experience, like Washington, but a lot of them don't. They were involved in that conflict in a very limited way. Maybe they weren't involved at all. There's a lot of young guys who may not have been even old enough to have been involved in the 7 Years' War. There's a combination of some experience among these rebels, and then many who have very little experience.
Direction, the militia have fortified the heights overlooking the Charlestown Peninsula. From these positions, cannon could target British ships in Boston's inner harbor. General Gage decides he must eliminate this threat and decides to seize the heights as a step to breaking the siege. It will be an opportunity not only to avenge British honor, tarnished by the shambolic retreat from Concord. As General Burgoyne points out, it will also allay any doubt
that trained troops are invincible against any numbers or any position of undisciplined rabble.
Right, and that's the attitude a lot of these Brits are coming at this conflict with. You know, they feel like, okay, Lexington and Concord, that was a fluke, essentially. If we can get ourselves out on the field, we can prove we are far superior to this quote-unquote undisciplined rabble, right? That's the idea. Burgoyne, Gage, these guys, they want to prove that, no, they've got what it takes, and that it was a fluke at Lexington and Concord. They want to heal their bruised egos, right? And they have been bruised a little bit, because things did not really go so well for these British redcoats during that conflict. And so now is the time when they need to really prove their ability.
Gage orders Major General William Howe to make a frontal assault on Breed's Hill with 2,500 men. They are supported by naval ships, a floating battery of mortars, and cannon from Copp's Hill.
I gotta say, I love the music in this series, not to get sidetracked, but they've got the sort of era-appropriate pipes and drums, but of course they're making them into this sort of dramatic soundtrack. It really fits the theme quite well.
But the attack does not go to plan. Protected behind fences and earthworks, the undisciplined rabble pours a devastating, close-range fire into the British ranks. General Howe orders a second attack. It meets the same bloody repulse. Hundreds of regulars fall. Some British units lose half their men or more.
Damn.
Spurred on by the leadership of John Stark, James Reed, and Joseph Warren, the Patriot militia are holding their ground. But they are running out of ammunition. The chain of command has broken down amid the chaos of...
Seriously, they are literally killing so many soldiers. They are shooting so much that they are running out of ammo, right? I mean, the Brits are sending these successive waves of soldiers to try and take this position. The colonists here, they've been shooting so much, they're running out of ammunition. Gives you a sort of sense of how this battle is going.
Battle. Hundreds of reinforcements mill about in confusion on Bunker Hill, while their comrades fight for their lives. When Howe launches a third attack on Breed's Hill, the militia finally break in the face of British bayonets. The Redcoats' fury as they storm the redoubt is terrible. A British lieutenant is shocked by the slaughter.
I cannot pretend to describe the horror of the scene. It was streaming with blood and strewed with dead and dying men. The soldiers stabbing some and dashing out the brains of others was a sight too dreadful for me to dwell any longer on.
The British take the heights, but are in no condition to follow up their success. In what becomes known as the Battle of Bunker Hill, they have lost 200 dead and more than 800 wounded.
Yeesh.
By contrast, Patriot casualties are around 450. But in
So this becomes known essentially as a Pyrrhic victory for the British, right? They take the position, they technically win the battle, if you count winning the battle as taking the enemy position, but they suffer these tremendous casualties doing so, right? So a Pyrrhic victory. You've won the battle, but you've in many ways lost more than your opponent has, right? And it's sort of characterized by the Brits sending these successive waves of troops. You know, they can throw men into the meat grinder. The Americans are undone by sort of their own lack of organization and their lack of ammunition, right? And I know it almost sounds a little silly, like, wow, you guys ran out of ammo, but seriously, they are not nearly as well supplied as the Redcoats. They are lacking guns and ammo and proper supplies. That's something they're gonna have to address throughout this conflict. And in this battle, they shot until they ran out of ammo, and so they had to back off. Plus that sort of lack of organization as well. There may not be an undisciplined rabble as such, but there certainly is a lack of discipline there, right? So, there's something to say about both sides, but in this battle, the British are really getting the worst of it.
include the charismatic Joseph Warren, president of the Massachusetts Provincial Congress. A commissioned officer who'd insisted on fighting as a private soldier, he was shot down in the redoubt during the final assault, becoming a martyr to the cause.
Yeah, one of those influential guys where you can wonder, what impact might he have had if he'd survived? We have no idea, but definitely an important loss to note in this battle.
For the Patriots, the battle, though a defeat, is a major morale boost.
Yeah.
They have stood their ground against British Redcoats and tested them to the limit.
And seriously, I mean, you had Lexington and Concord, which was in many ways a Patriot win, but what it was this British retreat that actually was pretty disorganized as well, with these Patriot, almost guerrilla fighters sort of slipping in to take pot shots at the retreating Redcoats. This is more of a regular battle, right? And so this is evidence to these Patriots, even though they lost their position, that they can do this. They can stand up to the British. They can win, especially if they can manage to train and get more supplies. They are a match for these British forces, right? So a big morale boost, as they said.
For the British, it is a lesson learned. The rebels' determination and fighting spirit must be taken seriously. As General Sir Henry Clinton remarks,
A few more such victories would have shortly put an end to British dominion in America.
Yeah, that's a pretty famous quote regarding this battle, right? It's a good one. It's sort of self-explanatory, right? But yeah, you can't have victories like that. If you keep winning battles like that, you're done for.
they will not make the same mistake again.
And they're sort of, the Brits are getting shocked by this revolutionary spirit the Americans have. It's in many ways reminiscent, or I suppose this came first. It's reminiscent of these early battles of the French Revolutionary Wars, where the French army, it's sort of a mess. It's disorganized, they've lost a lot of their officers, a lot of the men are new recruits who don't have training, but what they do have is revolutionary motivation, and they frankly shock their enemies in the field, right? That's what we're getting here. These Americans don't have the training, the discipline, whatever, but they've got that motivation. Now, credit to the Brits here. They'll learn. They learn over time. They're saying, okay, we understand the situation we're in. We're going to have to take a different approach. Many of our subjects in North America, misled by dangerous and ill-designing men, have at length proceeded to open and avowed rebellion. And the king...
That summer, British authority across the 13 colonies begins to disintegrate.
Yeah. And the thing is, for the colonies, or the colonists, it's not that hard to resort to a form of independent rule, because the colonies have essentially been governing themselves from the beginning. Of course, there are exceptions to that, and there are times when the British Crown or the British Parliament took a more active role, but as we talked about in previous episodes, through salutary neglect, the colonies were basically left to their own devices. And so, a lot of them have, in fact, they have their own assemblies, right? And these are pretty powerful assemblies that have been governing these colonies. There's some particularly prominent assemblies, say in Massachusetts or Virginia, but each of these colonies has the same thing going, where they have a pretty high degree of self-governance. And so when it comes time for war, they don't need to build these institutions anew. They can run with what they already have. And of course, a lot of these colonial institutions will essentially continue into the Republican era, just in a different form or altered slightly, right? So it's interesting for a revolution where, in many ways, you're fighting a revolution to just keep what you already had, you can compare this to something, say, like the Haitian Revolution, right? Where these enslaved Haitians, they're rising up to completely shake up the political and social order. They need to build institutions anew. They need to find leadership. Everything is getting shaken up. Whereas here, a lot of these colonists, like I said, they're fighting a revolution to, of course, throw off the tyranny they see coming from the British government. But what they want is essentially independent rule in a way that they've already sort of had. Right, and they have these pre-existing institutions. So it's an interesting revolution, different than many others we see throughout history.
The governors of North and South Carolina, Virginia, New York, and New Hampshire have all been forced to flee their homes. Others resign, while in Connecticut, John Trumbull sides with the Patriots.
Oh, wow.
Only in New Jersey and Georgia do British-appointed governors retain any control.
Goddamn New Jersey.
the British have barely any troops in America outside of Boston. A fact which is underscored when frontiersman Ethan Allen leads a band of New Hampshire militia to storm Fort Ticonderoga, held by a skeleton force of just 48 redcoats.
Right. The fort does not have a massive garrison. And once again, this is the type of guerrilla or, non-traditional warfare we see in this conflict, where you have militia bands under guys like Ethan Allen who are like, you know what, let's take some independent action. Let's go take the fort. The Brits are like, sorry, what is happening?
The so-called Gibraltar of North America falls without a shot fired, and the rebels seize 59 heavy guns from its arsenal.
And a lot of these forts that the rebels are going to take during this conflict were forts that the British had taken from the French during the 7 Years' War not that long ago.
Yet even now, there are those on both sides who seek a peaceful way out of the crisis.
Yeah?
Moderates, like John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, believe the colonies are too divided among themselves to survive without British protection.
Yeah, John Dickinson, probably one of the more famous writers of the Revolution. He's an interesting guy. He is one of these sort of moderates of the Revolution, a moderate revolutionary. He's someone who becomes really famous due to his letters from a Pennsylvania farmer, I believe they were called, or a farmer in Pennsylvania. You get the idea, which are a series of essays he writes during the lead up to all of this, where he's essentially protesting British abuses of the colonists, right? So in that way, he's opposed to this governance that's been happening, but he's also somebody who is not necessarily an advocate for full independence, right? He's a little worried. He would rather reconciliation with the British government. Maybe they could work something out where the colonies get more independence, more autonomy, and they get their liberties as Englishmen respected, but they don't have to go fully independent, right? Now, Dickinson is someone who also fights in this war, so he ends up committed to the conflict, but he is one of these moderate figures. And of course, there are plenty of those on the British side of the conflict. There are plenty of members of parliament who, well, some of them are straight up sympathetic towards the Patriots. They sort of tacitly or sometimes openly side with them. But even you've got more members of parliament who are thinking, this might not be worth the effort. Why are we doing all of this? They think the Patriots had legitimate issues, so you've got these types of figures on both sides. And Dickinson, he's one of these guys that is in some ways gotten sort of forgotten in the aftermath of this revolution. I mean, there are other members of the Congress at this time who have been more forgotten, but he's someone who was really prominent sort of during and prior to this point. And I think because of his moderate attitude, his reputation sort of fell a bit over time, and he's not remembered today alongside some of the more famous figures we'll see in these videos.
He foresees
a multitude of commonwealths, crimes, and calamities, centuries of mutual jealousies, hatreds, wars of devastation, till at last the exhausted provinces shall sink into slavery under the yoke of some fortunate conqueror.
Some cling to a belief that King George III is sympathetic to their cause, but has been led astray by his dishonest and corrupt ministers.
Right, and this is a classic trope, right? When you're someone who is upset with the government, really throughout this time period in medieval into early modern Europe, well, you couldn't possibly blame the king, the great and generous king, who you may or may not believe was literally appointed by God. Now, most of these colonists don't, but this is a larger trend than just what we see here. And so what you'll see is oftentimes people will blame the king's malevolent ministers. They'll say, well, of course, the king himself is fantastic, but it's his ministers around him who have so evilly misled him. Now, of course, this is often ridiculous. As we know here, King George III was not a friend to the American colonies. He was pissed off, right? And so this is really a delusion in many ways, but it's a delusion, a trope we see, as I said many times, in countries with a monarchy. People don't want to blame the king, even when it is the king's fault, or in part the king's fault. You know, in terms of this war being waged against the American colonists, as being prosecuted by both the king and parliament.
In July, at Dickinson's urging, the Second Continental Congress sends a new petition to the king.
The Olive Branch Petition.
We solemnly assure your majesty that we most ardently desire the former harmony between Great Britain and these colonies may be restored. Your majesty's ministers, persevering in their measures and proceeding to open hostilities for enforcing them, have compelled us to arm in our own defense. We therefore beseech your majesty.
And at this point, this really is delusion, you know? I mean, there was a point maybe reconciliation could have been achieved, but in this moment, we talked in previous episodes how the idea of open war or independence was an extremely radical idea, but it's becoming less and less radical by the day. It's becoming more and more normal, and something like this is becoming more and more out of step, right? It's becoming really clear that there is not going to be reconciliation between the colonies and their mother country, and it's pretty clear to a lot of people that the king is not some magnanimous figure who doesn't know what's happening. He's part of this.
To settle peace through every part of your dominions, with all humility, submitting to your majesty's wise consideration.
It becomes known as the Olive Branch Petition, but it is beaten to London by news and maimed British soldiers from Bunker Hill. In August, George III declares his American colonies to be in open rebellion. The British Empire begins to assemble its might to reclaim the colonies by force.
Uh-oh. Now we're in trouble. His Excellency, General George Washington, has arrived amongst us, universally admired. Joy is visible on every countenance. From Nathaniel Greene, Washington's number 2.
On the 2nd of July, 1775, General George Washington arrives outside Boston to take command of the newly christened Continental Army. Until recently, he'd been living a relatively quiet life as a Virginia plantation owner and local representative.
Yeah, Washington. Now look, and I talked about this last time, I'm not going to say he was a man with no ambition. It's clear he was angling for this position, to be commander-in-chief, in a way that I think he really was not angling for the position of president. I think he rather would have gone home. I think the sort of idea of Washington, a man who would have rather been at home farming, or telling his slaves to farm, than actually out doing public business, is one that's relatively accurate. This really is someone who, I think, like I said, he wanted this position, but a lot of the things he was made to do in public life, he would rather have not been involved in.
But his military experience, from the French and Indian War, serving as a lieutenant colonel of militia, exceeds that of nearly any other American-born officer.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. They had some people with experience, but Washington, you know, he really was pretty up there in terms of who you could choose from. That, alongside his personality, his position, his family, his prominence, all of these made him a pretty obvious choice for this position.
Through an advantageous marriage to Martha Custis, he is also one of the richest men in America.
Oh, yeah.
With a natural air of authority. Dr. Benjamin Rush, a congressional delegate from Pennsylvania, observes,
He has so much martial dignity in his deportment that you would distinguish him to be a general and a soldier from among 10,000 people.
Yeah, and Washington, I've said this before, and I'll probably say it again throughout this series, he was not the most incredible general of all time, right? There are many who were far, far better than him. But what is really exceptional about him were the qualities of leadership that you could find within his character. He was someone who was generally sort of relatively soft-spoken, who could often be sort of unassuming in action and word, but whose presence was immediately felt, right? He was someone who, when he entered a room, people looked to him. He had aura, as the kids say today. He had aura. No, that's not where I was going. But he did have sort of this aura of leadership in a way, right? He was this very natural type of leader. He was someone who could really encourage people, inspire them. Everyone wanted to be, acknowledged by George Washington. And so he was someone who really was an incredible leader, both in the good and the bad times, and that's what set him apart from everybody else, not necessarily his skill as a general.
On arrival, Washington discovers the Continental Army to be in a deplorable state.
He was also really tall. Not to, get off topic. He was really tall and really strong. That's something that people around him always noted, right? So along with just his character, he was a very physically impressive man as well.
Many soldiers lack proper muskets, and ammunition remains in critically short supply. There are few cannon, or even uniforms. Supply and logistics are in shambles.
Yeah.
Discipline is virtually non-existent. The camp is a jumble of tents, ill-placed latrines, and unfinished earthworks.
And this is something that I mentioned earlier, Washington is going to have to address throughout the course of the war. But, all these colonial soldiers, they're just guys. They're just dudes, right? We've talked about how little experience many of them had. They don't know what they're doing. And they are now in a fight against perhaps the most professionalized army in the world. Maybe Britain's competing with Prussia for that, but Britain's definitely up there right at the top.
Officers fraternize with their men, who simply come and go as they please. Washington is aghast, but immediately gets to work. Officers are given sashes or cockades to distinguish them from their men.
Revolutionaries really love a good cockade, huh? We see that with the French revolutionaries as well.
Severe punishments are introduced for desertion, fighting, and even swearing. Crucially, Washington orders his men be inoculated for smallpox, which has erupted across Massachusetts.
Yeah, sort of seems like it comes out of nowhere, but a pretty big moment, right? Inoculation was a pretty new idea at that moment. It was something that was still sort of catching on. A lot of people were skeptical. This was a pretty big moment in getting some people to accept inoculation more broadly. There's an instance of, I believe, Catherine the Great in Russia getting herself and her family inoculated against smallpox. It was big in convincing a lot of people, both in that country and educated people generally, that was the right way to go, right? So it's sort of interesting new science here, essentially, medical treatment.
This practice, also used by the British, may have saved his army from destruction. The Continental Congress has appointed several generals to serve under Washington's overall command, for a mix of practical, military, and political reasons. Some will win fame, others infamy, in the years ahead.
Yep. Hey!
Nathaniel Greene, a young Rhode Island Quaker, who's educated himself in the art of war. He will become a close friend of Washington and his most able commander.
As I said, in this war, he's really Washington's number 2. think someone who often gets greatly underestimated. He's a really important figure in this conflict, a very competent military leader.
Charles Lee, an irascible and arrogant career soldier, disillusioned with the mother country. He is arguably the most experienced officer in the colonies, and Washington's second in command.
Yeah, Charles Lee. Good example of the fact that experience isn't everything. Look, I'm a big advocate for experience, but, look, we've seen Nathaniel Greene, Charles Lee. We'll find out through the course of these videos who ends up being more accomplished.
Israel Putnam, a veteran soldier from Connecticut, nicknamed Old Put. He served with distinction in the French and Indian War, and more recently at Bunker Hill. John Sullivan, an aggressive New Hampshire officer who had previously served in the Continental Congress. Horatio Gates, another disillusioned British officer, capable but privately contemptuous of Washington. These men and their officers must now pull together an unruly army summoned from across the colonies. From independent-minded New Englanders to equally stubborn riflemen from Virginia and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and this is quite the task. You know, I talked about how, for a lot of these colonies, they had institutions of governance already. And so they just continue those institutions, those assemblies. With the military, that's a different situation. Now, yes, these colonies have militias, but what they're building here is something entirely new, right? This Continental Army, this is where, in many ways, they're starting from scratch, or at least close to scratch, right? They have to build up this entirely new fighting force, and it's going to be difficult, right? There are going to be a lot of challenges bringing together these scattered rebel forces from these different colonies who are very different, wanted to do things very differently. It's going to be quite the challenge to bring them all together in one fighting force.
Each man with more instinctive loyalty to his colony than to any shared cause. However, Washington's greatest concern is a lack of gunpowder.
Yep.
By one estimate, there's enough for each man to fire just 9 rounds. This, together with the challenges of supply and discipline, means he can do little more than hold the fortifications around Boston.
I mean, we literally saw earlier with Bunker Hill, they ran out of ammunition, that they don't have the supplies, right? You know, it's like, oh, what, you lost the battle because you ran out of bullets? Yeah, that's the issue that the rebels are dealing with here. They literally do not have the gunpowder to fight, even if they wanted to.
Fortunately for the Continental Army, the British have problems of their own. Boston is riddled with smallpox. Most British soldiers have been inoculated or exposed to the disease, though some still fall sick. Bostonians themselves suffer much more greatly. Of greater concern, now they are bottled up in Boston, is that British supply lines now stretch more than 3,000 miles back across the Atlantic to Britain.
Yeah.
British ships are now vulnerable to American privateers and the first vessels of a fledgling continental navy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the British Navy is supreme, but doesn't change the fact they've got 3,000 miles to cover to keep themselves supplied. I can tell you, as someone who's flown back and forth from Britain to America many times, that's a long flight. That'd be hard to keep an army supplied today. Back in the 1700s, that's an extremely tall order.
The supply situation in Boston becomes critical, with starvation a growing fear. That the British find themselves in this predicament is widely blamed on General Gage's leadership. He is recalled to London, and command passes to General William Howe. But under the present circumstances, there is little he can do to change British fortunes.
Keep an eye on this trend. Over the course of the war, we'll see the British swapping out leaders, swapping out strategies. They can never really find anything consistent that works for them. If that man is not crushed before spring, he will become the most formidable enemy America has. Washington about Dunmore.
As the siege of Boston drags on, in Virginia, Governor Lord Dunmore holes up in Norfolk, under the protection of Royal Navy warships. From here, he comes up with a plan to crush the rebellion in Virginia. Across the southern colonies, roughly half the population are enslaved black men, women, and children.
Yeah, and we talked about these percentages previously. I mean, you can see, there was slavery in all these colonies. We've got here, there's sometimes an idea that the North was entirely slave-free. Not true, though, of course, a lot of these colonies and then states would outlaw slavery not too long after this. But even if you just look at them now, the percentage of the population that is enslaved is insanely disproportionate down in the South. You can see, it's especially bad in South Carolina and Georgia. 45 and 60% of your population is enslaved. But really the big issue here is going to be Virginia. And that's because Virginia is one of the most important colonies throughout the 13 colonies. They're very influential. They've got a big population. We can see here our two biggest colonies by population, I believe, our biggest three. Massachusetts, 230,000 free, about 5,000 enslaved. You've got Pennsylvania, shout out, 230,000 free, 5,000 enslaved, about the same amount. And then you've got Virginia, about 260,000 free, 187,000 enslaved. Look at that. Look how much bigger their population is compared to any of these other colonies. So it's going to become a particular issue that so much of their population is enslaved, and the British are going to look for a way to use that to their advantage.
Most work on plantations, where they are treated with appalling brutality. As a result, the white population's greatest fear is a mass slave revolt.
Yes, they were absolutely terrified of slave revolt. There's a reason that so many whites were so hostile to the Haitian Revolution, especially in the American South, right? When that happens, they look at it and they see sort of a portent of their own future. They are deathly afraid that something like the Haitian Revolution could happen in their, what are states at that point, right? And even at this point, of course, this is years before the Haitian Revolution, but they are still extremely afraid of slave uprisings. Of course, there have been slave uprisings, slave resistance. These white slave owners and just white people generally, they're extremely fearful of this happening. And obviously, for good reason, you saw those states, 40% of your population, 60% of your population are enslaved people who are, first of all, deprived of their freedom, kept in horrific conditions. It's like, yeah, you're afraid that they're going to rise up and kill the people who are owning and abusing them.
In November 1775, Lord Dunmore attempts to turn this fear into reality.
He does.
I do require every person capable of bearing arms to resort to His Majesty's standard, or be looked upon as traitors. And I do hereby farther declare all indented servants, Negroes, or others, free, that are able and willing to bear arms, they joining His Majesty's troops as soon as may be.
It is a direct appeal to Virginia's slaves. Freedom for those who take up arms against their rebel masters. nothing could be more incendiary.
Yeah, so Dunmore's proclamation, this is something that's become a bigger part of the narrative of the American Revolution in recent years, right? It's this really fascinating moment where the Scottish governor of Virginia, Lord Dunmore, says, if you are the slave of a patriot master, you come and fight with us, the British, then you will earn your freedom, right? So it's this interesting thing for a couple of different reasons. One is that, as they're putting out, it was extremely incendiary to the Southern slave owners, right? And this is really one of the things that pushes them even deeper into rebellion or revolution, right? I mean, the American Revolution is a complicated event. There are many different reasons why many different people got involved, found themselves as patriots. Slavery was, of course, not the only reason, or I would argue even the biggest reason. But for some of these Southern slave owners, when they see this as a threat against them to lose their slaves, and not only that, but to have them rise up in rebellion. And so they are outraged, and so some who were already patriots become even more ardent patriots, and many who were on the fence beforehand, they join up with the patriots. Right, these Southern slave owners, they become revolutionaries. So it's really big for that. It's interesting, you know. I think honestly, the sort of idea of this had a bigger impact than the proclamation itself. In the end, there are not an incredibly large amount of slaves that actually join up with Dunmore. And in fact, there will be another proclamation, I believe in 1779, that will sort of expand this throughout the colonies. And then you'll see more slaves and black loyalists joining up. In this moment, the actual impact is not massive, but the impact in terms of swaying these Southern slave owners, that is pretty influential. Now, sometimes this is framed as some sort of humanitarian action, but if you pay attention, you'll notice Dunmore did not free every slave in Virginia. What he did was he freed slaves who had patriot masters who were willing to join with the British, right? So if you were British or a loyalist and you had slaves, you could keep your slaves, right? There was no freeing of slaves in that instance, right? And of course, those enslaved people who joined up with the British, things don't really go super well for them. In part, of course, because the Patriots win the war, even those, and so a lot of them, don't really have anywhere to go. They've joined the losing side. Some of these enslaved people, or formerly enslaved people, they're sort of taken, and they are sort of able to leave the colonies through British support. A couple thousand of them are taken up to Nova Scotia, and then some of those are sent to Sierra Leone in Africa through this sort of project some British abolitionists were doing, where they were sending black people to Africa to try and settle them there. To get them out of Canada or Britain or whatever. A lot of these enslaved people, they do not see justice in the end, whether from the Americans or the British. But this is this very interesting moment in the conflict.
Few patriots consider the cause of liberty to extend to enslaved black Americans.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of these patriots at the time, they're writing always about how they're being enslaved by the British, or I should say the British Parliament. They're outraged, blah, blah, blah. But, many of them own slaves. Many of them support the institution of slavery. There's the occasional person who steps out of that. Some Northerners, some Quakers in particular, were anti-slavery. There are definitely examples. We talked about someone like a John Dickinson earlier. He was someone who was sort of lukewarm, I guess, on slavery. He owned slaves, but then he voluntarily freed them during his lifetime. So you have guys like that who are sort of complicated. Like I said, some, especially some Quakers, who were directly opposed to slavery. But there are a lot of these revolutionary leaders, a Washington or a Jefferson or a Madison, some of your most famous guys, who speak very strongly in terms of liberty and freedom, but they really mean it to mostly apply to white men, oftentimes white property-owning men. They do not extend that to the enslaved people. But I think that's something that is pretty well understood at this point.
And in the South, Dunmore's proclamation threatens the destruction of the entire economy and society itself.
Oh yeah.
Without irony, patriots condemn Dunmore's promise of freedom as a violation of all law, justice, and humanity.
And you know, when we're talking about these revolutionary leaders down south, you know, most of, in fact, a vast majority of the most prominent leaders of the South are planters. They're slave owners, right? So that's who we're talking about here. But sometimes people will be surprised and sort of ask the question, well, you know, the percentage of people who owned slaves down south was actually not that high. So why did you have this vast majority of Southern whites who didn't own slaves, but who essentially supported the institution of slavery? And there are many reasons for that, but one, as they pointed out, is that, you know, slavery, it wasn't just essential to the economy of these colonies. The whole society was built around slavery and the hierarchy of white supremacy. Whether you were a slave owner or not, that was essential to your life. And for many of the sort of yeomen, the poor whites who maybe owned some of their own property, you know, at least for them, they saw themselves as not at the bottom of the hierarchy because down below them were free black people and enslaved people, right? And so there was, in some ways, this sort of race unity against the bottom of the social hierarchy, even though, in many ways, the interests of these white farmers, smallholding farmers, and the white planters really didn't align in many ways. But through this institution of white supremacy, their interests were sort of brought together, right? This was a complicated thing. But what we're talking about here are mainly the planter elite of these colonies who, of course, did own slaves.
Washington, he is the arch traitor to the rights of humanity. Within a month, 300 escaped slaves have reached Dunmore's base in Norfolk, where they form the new Royal Ethiopian Regiment. Thousands more will seek freedom behind the British lines before the war is over.
Yes, though, like I said, I think a large part of that is due to this later proclamation, which sort of builds on Dunmore's proclamation and expands it.
The price of Dunmore's proclamation is to turn southern landowners into mortal enemies of the British cause.
That's exactly right.
Norfolk is a loyalist stronghold, but unable to secure supplies for his forces, Dunmore decides to abandon it. In the process, on New Year's Day 1776, Norfolk burns to the ground. Both sides blame the other.
Classic.
It is the largest, but not the last, settlement to be destroyed in the war.
I pity our good general who has had a greater burden on his shoulders and more difficulties to struggle with than I think should fall to the share of so good a man. James Warren to John Adams.
That winter, the standoff continues at Boston, with conditions deteriorating for both sides. Life in the American camp is miserable.
We have suffered prodigiously for want of wood. Many regiments have been obliged to eat their provisions raw for want of firing to cook. And notwithstanding, we have burned up all the fences and cut down all the trees for a mile around the camp. Our suffering has been inconceivable.
And of course, this will not be the last tough winter for the Patriots. In fact, they've got a couple more to follow, so things are not going super great.
The only good news comes at sea, where American privateers continue to intercept British ships carrying food and supplies. On the 29th of November, they score their biggest prize yet, the brig Nancy, carrying 2,000 muskets and ammunition.
Hey.
But Washington faces another looming crisis. Most of his men have signed up to fight only until the end of 1775. And given the conditions, few plan to stay any longer. December brings heavy snow and the expiry of the first enlistments. Despite the pleading, threats, and curses of their officers, almost half of Washington's men pack up and march for home. They take with them not only their muskets and equipment, but their hard-won experience.
Yeah, not great when you're trying to fight a war and that much of your army leaves you.
Washington is distraught. By January 1776, his force has been reduced to less than half its summer peak. There are now just 9,000 men under his command.
Yeah, it's the tough winter. You know, they've seen, of course, some combat, but really not too much fighting over this period of time. They sort of got the British hemmed in there. So all they're doing are facing these dire conditions while these guys have got families at home, you know, back in the homestead. So when these guys' times are up, they're thinking, well, I might as well go home, tend to my family, you know? I've got affairs back home. Most of these guys are farmers, of course. Not all. I mean, a lot of them might be more town-dwelling individuals as well, not to generalize. But basically, they've got things to do. Life is already rough. They don't need to be out here. Yeah, they probably won't be.
But General Howe's forces are not in much better shape. The British are even considering evacuating Boston. Then, later that month, shocking news arrives in the American camp, carried in pamphlets and letters. King George III has addressed Parliament on the subject of America. From the King's own lips, the Patriots hear their cause condemned as a desperate conspiracy, whose ideas are repugnant to the true constitution of the colonies. He lays all blame for the conflict on the Americans. He promises an overwhelming military response. In that moment, the Patriots' last lingering hopes of reconciliation die.
Yeah, and most of them had given up already, but if you're a more moderate John Dickinson type, you know, you push for this olive branch petition, even though it's pretty clear the king is not thrilled with all of this. Well, now you have his words exactly. And not only has he come out against the revolution, but very strongly denouncing it in very fierce language and putting all blame on the American colonists and promising this overwhelming military response. If you're one of these moderates, it's exactly the opposite of what you wanted to hear. And if you're a radical, it's everything you suspected, right? This is everything you thought the king would say, and now he said it. You're ready for continued war.
To Americans like General Nathanael Greene, it's nothing short of betrayal.
Heaven hath decreed that tottering empire Britain to irretrievable ruin. And thanks to God, since Providence hath so determined, America must raise an empire of permanent duration, supported upon the grand pillars of truth, freedom, and religion, encouraged by the smiles of justice, and defended by her own patriotic sons.
For Washington, it's the final nail in the coffin of relations with Great Britain.
We are determined to shake off all connections with a state so unjust and unnatural. This I would tell them, not under covert, but in words as clear as the sun in its meridian brightness.
Well, there you go. Pretty clear.
Until now, many patriots have shied away from calls for independence. But the mood has changed.
Right, as I said, it's becoming more and more normalized. An idea that was once extremely radical is now becoming the main option, really. I mean, we're in this situation where we're in open rebellion, we are at war with our mother country. We've tried to reach out several times with an olive branch. It hasn't worked. The king has essentially declared war on us. Now what do? There is no reconciliation. You either give up or you fight. And what are you fighting for? You're fighting for independence.
The king's open hostility, the provocations of Lord Dunmore, the blood shed at Bunker Hill. Only a full break from Britain will answer. But Britain is preparing to fight back.
Uh-oh.
Autumn 1775. King George III has decided to punish his rebellious colonies in America. While some British subjects sympathize with the Americans, a growing number see them as the king does.
Yeah, I mean, you will see a split within the parliament back in Britain, where, of course, a lot of your members of parliament are pretty negative towards the revolutionaries, but there are a few, especially your more radical liberal types, who are actually pretty sympathetic towards the American revolutionaries. And of course, as the revolution and the war continues, more and more members of parliament are going to be like, okay, this just isn't worth it. But at this point, we're still very early into this conflict.
Dangerous and ill-designing men who forget the allegiance which they owe to the power that has protected them.
Uh-oh.
The king and his advisors pore over maps and military reports, while seeking to raise a force of 18,000 German auxiliaries to reinforce their army in America.
Yes, the Hessians, who famously participate in this conflict.
When once these rebels have felt a smart blow, they will submit.
Yeah, and that was their perspective, right? We're still very early into this conflict. As I pointed out, the Brits have not yet taken a lot of their resources and put it towards this conflict. That's what they're doing now. And the perspective from these British leaders is exactly what was said here. Once we really hit them, and we hit them hard, they're gonna surrender. This rebellion's gonna fall apart.
The king tells his ministers. Across Britain and Ireland, ships are requisitioned. 20,000 soldiers muster at Portsmouth, Cork, and other ports. The largest expeditionary force yet seen in British history will soon be under sail.
Okay, and so two things that are going to characterize this conflict are both distance, right? The distance across the Atlantic Ocean, but also the massive amount of resources Britain has under its control, right? So it's like, yes, they have to send everything over the sea. Now, there are some British resources and soldiers already in the colonies, as we've seen, but if they really want to put everything into this conflict, they're going to have to ship it a pretty far distance, which, of course, is a problem. However, Britain, as one of, if not the most powerful countries in the world at this point, they certainly have a lot of manpower and resources and wealth at their disposal, right? So these things are sort of intertwined in this conflict. Part 4. This could be a long series. I need not mention to you the great importance of this place and the consequent possession of all Canada. To whomsoever it belongs will the balance turn. Washington to Benedict Arnold. Oh my.
In Philadelphia, the Second Continental Congress knows that the British will strike soon. General Washington commands the main Patriot Army, which besieges the British in Boston. Patriot forces control much of the 13 colonies, with the help of local committees of correspondence, inspection and safety. But elsewhere in North America...
And also, you see some of this language repeating in the French Revolution. Committees of safety, right? Very much like the French Committee of Public Safety. Now that one went far more off the rails, but you see some revolutionary trends starting here that will be picked up during the French Revolution, of course.
Safety. But elsewhere in North America, the British remain in control. Their colonies in the West Indies rely on the British military to protect them from imperial rivals and slave revolts. They will not risk rebellion.
Yeah, and, you might look at it today and think, well, yeah, the Caribbean's not gonna revolt, but at the time, that was not entirely clear, right? The 13 colonies we talk about, they were not all of the British colonies, right? Britain had more colonies in mainland North America and beyond. Caribbean colonies, the colonies up in Canada, right? And so it was not always clear that only the colonies we know would revolt and then form their own country later on, right? Maybe the Caribbean would stand up. Well, obviously it didn't. And a big part of that was the fear of foreign rivalry and slave rebellion. I mean, we saw with Dunmore's proclamation last time how that infuriated the plantation owners down south. But, it could have had one of two effects. The effect it had was that it infuriated and scared them, so they turned towards the Patriots, right? Because they wanted to put all this down. It also could have been used as the British as sort of a threat, like, hey, if you don't shut up and join us, we will basically threaten you with slave rebellion. But Dunmore decided to just go for the straight up, hey, come fight with the British, we will free you. So all these slave owners were very afraid of a slave rebellion, so that's part of it, the foreign competition. But we'll obviously be talking about Canada today, and why the people up north didn't join the revolution, the rebellion with the rest of the colonies. But once again, nothing was inevitable. It was not clear to anybody how far or not far the revolution would spread at this point.
Florida's population is small and scattered, more worried by the threat of Spanish invasion than British tyranny.
Yeah, Florida, East and West Florida, as we can see, was not a super secure British colonial possession at this point.
Native American tribes assume a watchful neutrality, although most secretly favor the British, seen as the more useful ally.
Yeah, and you'll see as the conflict continues, native tribes allying with both sides on this conflict, allying with Patriots and allying with the British, primarily because they're obviously looking out for themselves, so they want to try and set themselves up in the best position. Now, the British seemed like the better choice, right? Because everyone thought, oh, they're going to win. That didn't end up happening, which was pretty bad for a lot of these tribes. But also, they had other reasons to side with the British government. And we've talked about this early in the series, but this sort of line we see here, cutting off the eastern seaboard from deeper into the continent. This is the proclamation line of 1763 at the end of the 7 Years' War, where basically the British government told their settlers, their colonists, hey, you're not supposed to settle west of this line. Okay, this is going to be Indian territory, as it's labeled here. You guys are going to stay out east, essentially east of the Appalachian Mountains, because we don't want any more fighting, any more trouble. Now, did the colonists listen to this? No, they did not. They continued to settle west of the Appalachian Mountains. And so, to a lot of these Indian tribes, they're saying, well, it's pretty clear to us we're better off siding with the British government because, at least they might somewhat allow us to do our own thing. Whereas these colonists, they're absolutely desperate for more land out west, right? So, yes, depending on the tribe, some sided with the Patriots, some with the British, but there was that more general perspective.
But American patriots hope that Canada might still come over to their cause.
Right. They seem like the most promising of the other colonists, right? These other regions we've looked at, especially considering the proximity to the ongoing conflict. there's definitely a belief that, well, maybe up in Canada, which was not one unified colony at this point, I mean, you can see that from how it's labeled, maybe some of them will join the cause.
The province of Quebec has only been ruled by the British since 1763.
After 7 Years' War.
Most of its European population is French and Catholic. They have no love for the British, but the recent Quebec Act has restored their rights and privileges and reconciled many to British rule.
Which was a big deal, because if you know anything about the British populace back in Britain and the British government at this point, you know it definitely wasn't friendly to Catholics. I would say the government could be ambivalent. The British population tended to be outright hostile towards Catholics. And so this was a pretty big deal, right? You've got this territory conquered by Britain during the 7 Years' War, right, in which France lost a massive amount of its colonial territory. It was taken on by Britain. But recently, you know, these French Catholic settlers have been like, okay, so maybe we can work with the British government. Maybe it's not so bad. And of course, look at Canada today, right? Quebec has still got its own thing going on.
When overtures arrive from Congress imploring the Canadians to join the rebellion, they are ignored. Right now, there are just 800 British Redcoats in Canada. But Congress knows the British will likely send reinforcements and use Canada as a staging ground to invade the 13 colonies. So Congress decides to strike first. In its own words, to liberate the oppressed inhabitants of Canada.
Preemptive strike.
The main advance will be made by the 2,000-strong Northern Army, gathered around Ticonderoga, a disorganized force hardly deserving of the name, but led by a talented Irish officer, General Richard Montgomery. In September 1775, he lays siege to Fort St. Jean, guarding the road to Canada. And with the heavy guns captured at Fort Ticonderoga, pummels it into submission in 6 weeks. The road to Canada is open. But desertion and sickness have already reduced the Northern Army's strength by half.
Damn. That's a pretty hard hit, right? Once again, this is early in the conflict, and, well, the army of the revolutionaries will never really be that well organized, but when you have the Continental Army under Washington, as we'll see through the years, they do manage to shape it up to a certain extent. But at this point, we're dealing with not really a regular force. You're dealing with men newly raised, militiamen, not a lot of discipline, a lot of desertion, especially in the winter time. So this is definitely not a sort of organized regular force that, for example, the British are currently sending over.
As the army marches on Quebec, a second force races to join them. Colonel Benedict Arnold, an enterprising young officer from Connecticut, has convinced Washington to give him 2,000 men to reinforce Montgomery.
I love in this story how Benedict Arnold pops up, repeatedly throughout the chronology, and we all know what's going to happen with him eventually, but we just keep seeing him in different parts of the story.
His route is treacherous, through a wilderness of thick forests, rivers, and swamps.
Our march has been attended with an amazing deal of fatigue. I have been much deceived. Our route is longer and has been attended with 1,000 difficulties I never apprehended.
Many of Arnold's men give up and turn back.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about a relatively undisciplined force, especially this early in the conflict, you're marching, through what is today Maine in November. Certainly not the most pleasant of weather, I can tell you that, and definitely not easy conditions.
But in early December, he arrives outside Quebec and links up with Montgomery. Their combined force is just 1,200 men.
Okay. 5 guns.
Quebec sits on an imposing
Tough.
bluff over the St. Lawrence River. It's the most well-fortified city in North America, with 20-foot walls and 114 cannon.
Wow. Jesus.
The extremely able British governor, Guy Carleton, has prepared for a siege.
Maybe some of you know, were those defenses built up by the French or built up afterwards by the British? Maybe a combination of both?
Recruiting hundreds of militia and stockpiling ammunition and supplies.
It's a lot of guns.
The Americans are under pressure. It is midwinter. And just as at Boston, they face the prospect of hundreds of troops going home in a few days, when their enlistments expire. So, Arnold and Montgomery decide to risk an immediate assault.
I was gonna say, that's not much of a siege then. If you've got a bunch of guys going home in a few days, you're like, well, we don't really have time for a siege, do we? Not to mention, seems the city is extremely well defended. You're gonna have to at least attempt an all-out assault.
In the early hours of the 31st of December, under cover of a blizzard, the Americans attack.
Okay.
But it is a disaster. They are met by organized, determined British resistance. General Montgomery is killed.
Damn.
His men routed. Colonel Arnold is badly wounded, while hundreds of his men are surrounded and captured. The remnants of the Northern Army, about 600 men, are isolated, frozen, ravaged by smallpox, and hundreds of miles from friendly territory.
Yeah, so just an absolute disaster, right? This is the Patriots taking the fight to the British. They know they're going to be attacked. They go for a preemptive strike, and it fails disastrously. I mean, you can see why a lot of people were pretty skeptical that the Patriots would be able to defeat or even fight to a stalemate the British, right? It took a while for allies to get on board with the revolutionary cause, because it really seemed they're up against insurmountable force, especially when you take into account failures and defeats like this.
For now, Arnold stubbornly holds his position outside Quebec.
Okay.
But it is clear he won't last long without reinforcements.
Remember, it is the 5th of March that avenged the death of your brethren. Washington, 6th anniversary of the Boston Massacre.
That winter, Henry Knox, a 25-year-old bookseller from Boston, now a colonel in the Patriot Army, oversees a stunning logistical operation.
Yes, he does.
The movement of 59 heavy guns, some weighing more than 2 tons, across 300 miles of snow, mountains, and frozen rivers, using sleds, oxen, and horses.
And this is really what makes Henry Knox's name, and what he's been remembered for ever since. I mean, he does other things, but this is his big moment in the conflict.
These are the guns of Fort Ticonderoga, which Knox has promised General Washington he shall have for his siege of Boston, where they may well turn the tide.
Yeah.
Knox arrives on the 27th of January, 1776, with all 59 guns not far behind. A jubilant Washington promotes Knox to commander of the artillery. Washington's first instinct is to use the guns to support a direct assault on Boston across the frozen Charles River. But his war council persuades him to adopt a more cautious approach, to fortify Dorchester Heights, from where the guns can threaten the British fleet at anchor. Without the fleet guaranteeing resupply, the British Army will have to evacuate. Tons of timber, stone, and hay are discreetly gathered at Roxbury.
Yeah, discreetly. Keep that in mind, right? The British at this point don't know what they're in for. And we see there that Washington has one idea. His war council persuades him otherwise. That's one thing about Washington, is that, you know, though he was a pretty commanding figure, he was not entirely 100% stuck on his own decisions, right? In fact, he was pretty open to listening to those around him, especially in his war council or later in his cabinet, and sort of, you know, he always liked to sort of sit above the fray and sort of determine afterwards, all right, which is the best course of action, and in a case like this, even have his own opinion changed, right? Now, I do wonder how things could have gone if they had gone with his plan to attack. Maybe some of you can theorize on that, but they don't, right? They go for the other option, which is to threaten the British fleet, which is probably wise, given the situation.
While the Americans open a nightly bombardment on Boston to mask their preparations.
Yep.
The British answer with twice the firepower. On the third night, Patriot forces used the cover of the bombardment to quietly haul 20 guns onto Dorchester Heights. By dawn the next day, they have entrenched the position and garrisoned it with 6,000 troops. The British are horrified. They open up with a massive cannonade. But their fire does little damage. The British prepare an assault, but snow and hurricane-strength winds force General Howe to call it off.
And this is a massive strategic victory for Washington, right? When things haven't necessarily been going swimmingly, some points they have, some points they haven't, he manages to take this position, this defensible position, and fortify it with a lot of men. Now they've essentially got these guns overlooking the city. And remember, this is Boston, not Quebec, right? Quebec may have been the most fortified city in North America. Boston was not, right? And now the British are like, uh-oh, we've got these guns pointing down on us, which is why Howe was like, we need to go and take this position immediately, but due to the weather, they can't. And, once again, those guns are threatening the harbor, their fleet, right? So really pretty terrible for the British forces in Boston.
With his men now close to starvation and decimated by sickness, Howe decides he must evacuate the city. In exchange for an unopposed departure, the British agree not to destroy Boston.
Nice.
On the 20th of March, the British blow up their supply base at Castle William. Then sail for Halifax to regroup and resupply.
Up to Canada, as expected.
After more than 10 months, the siege is over.
Jeez.
The British have been defeated, and news of Washington's victory spreads across the colonies, sparking celebrations and jubilation.
I mean, this is a big early W for the Patriots. Great for Washington's reputation. Great for morale, right? This is a big win. Now, of course, I don't think I'd call it a decisive win. There's still many more, well, a few more years of the conflict to follow. The vast majority of the conflict is still ahead of us, and there will be many more assaults and campaigns, right? So it's not like this brought everything to a close or even close to that, but it was definitely a major win and a big boost for morale at that point.
A Connecticut newspaper proclaims,
"The joy of our friends in Boston on seeing the victorious and gallant troops of their country enter the town almost on the heels of the barbarous oppressors was inexplicably great."
Yeah, and it's almost like proof of concept in a way. You know, this whole revolution has began because these patriots want to stand up to the oppressive British government and their foot soldiers, the Redcoats. And this is really the first time in a big way they've been able to do that. I mean, they have won previous battles, but they literally managed to chase the oppressing British out of the city and take it back over, right? Boston has freed itself, right? So that's got big symbolic importance. It's part of the reason it's such a big win.
A British lieutenant remarks,
I hope the rebels will get heartily thrashed. I would be content to lose a leg and an arm to see them totally defeated and their whole country laid waste.
Sheesh. I could not stay in Boston and feel safe with a set of lawless rebels whose actions have disgraced human nature and who have treated all the king's loyal subjects with great cruelty. From Dr. Sylvester Gardner. Yeah, and this is how the loyalists were starting to feel at this time in Patriot-controlled territory.
Not all Americans rejoiced to see the British defeated.
Right.
Those who opposed the rebellion...
In fact, a lot of those who, not all Americans rejoiced, those who didn't rejoice probably wouldn't have called themselves Americans, or at least they would not have seen their Americanness as necessarily a separate identity. They would have called themselves British subjects, right? And as we're about to talk about, there was a split among the population of these 13 colonies. There was a split, of course, in allegiance and how they saw themselves. We sort of talked about this throughout the series, but there is this nascent developing idea of an American identity. And of course, that is now very tied up with the Patriot Revolutionary cause, right? Now they've got a good reason to distinguish themselves from the British, right? Initially, even those who wanted to stand up to the British government, they still saw themselves as British subjects and they didn't want full independence. Well, that time has sort of passed. And so now people can see the direction things are going. Those who advocate for that independence, they need to, in some ways, start to generate that new identity. Anyway, as we're about to cover, that was not everybody, not even close to everybody.
Now termed loyalists, make up around 1 in 5 of the population. Each has their own motives, which are diverse and often complex. Some are recent immigrants to America with strong social and economic ties to Britain. Some are doggedly loyal to king and country, including Anglicans, for whom George III is head of the Church of England.
Yep.
Others fear an American republic will lead only to anarchy and mob rule, and can point to many historical precedents.
Which is better? To be ruled by one tyrant 3,000 miles away, or by 3,000 tyrants not a mile away?
Many fear...
I wonder who said that. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is, it depends on what your perspective is, but even among a lot of the revolutionaries, democracy was a dirty word, right? I mean, there's a reason we are a republic. That was the far more popular idea at the time. Once again, even among the revolutionaries, a lot of people, particularly the person who wrote this, but even those who wanted more representation in government, they were very afraid of the idea of democracy, which they associated with mob rule, which is sort of summed up here, where, maybe we're better off just having one tyrant instead of 3,000 tyrants nearby, right? The mob, the population, who can control our politics through fear and intimidation, right? This is, of course, a fear during the following French Revolution as well. And once again, a fear among many of our founding fathers. There's a reason that, a lot of our institutions initially were not so democratic, at least compared to what they are now. They were definitely democratic for the time, but of course, when this country began, the franchise was very restricted. Because the idea of letting everybody participate and everybody vote was a very scary one, that idea of democracy. You had some exceptions. There were some radicals who supported that sort of thing, but a lot of people didn't.
The horrors of armed conflict.
Our once happy land is plunged deeper into a ruthless war. Torrents of blood will be spilt, and thousands reduced to beggary and wretchedness.
Arthur Biles.
Many might have chosen to sit out the conflict. But local patriot committees of inspection and safety that have sprung up across the colonies make that increasingly difficult. In the absence of royal authority, they have taken up many of the duties of local government, and keep an eye on potential enemies. By 1776, anyone suspected of Loyalist sympathies is liable to be investigated by such a committee, or targeted by a rowdy patriot mob, and often driven out of their home.
Yeah, this is when it gets the most sort of French Revolution-y, right? Now, of course, the French Revolution was at a much bigger scale, just due to the different dynamics of that revolution, and also the fact there were just a lot more people over there involved in France and in Paris. You know, the American Revolution is often seen as more not conservative, but, well, yeah, more of a conservative revolution than some of the others. Not in the sense that it was conservative. It wasn't, obviously. It was this liberal revolution. But just on the scale, it's more towards that end than something like the French Revolution, right? Which I think is fair. There was definitely less sort of social revolution tied up. The American Revolution was definitely characterized more as a political revolution, whereas the French Revolution had these strong social aspects. But it doesn't mean the American Revolution was entirely devoid of these radical social aspects, and some of the things we, recognize the French Revolution for, we can see here as well. Definitely, in particular, pockets of the colonies.
That violent spirit in the Patriots of harassing and oppressing the Loyalists has spread, and I have been obliged, a little more than a month since, to leave my parishes, my family and friends, and to fly into exile in order to escape violence and imprisonment, if not immediate death.
Some Loyalists leave to form their own militia companies that clash with Patriot partisans for years to come. The conflict will divide communities and families.
It will, though, once again, it does depend where you look, right? They showed us that split of the population, and I've seen different numbers. Sometimes people say it's a third, and a third, right? Patriot, Loyalist, neutral. I don't know what the accurate numbers really are, but it's certain the population was significantly split. But of course, it wasn't split the same way everywhere, right? If you look down south in the southern colonies, they did tend to be more Tory than the northern colonies, right? Massachusetts, Boston in particular, definitely lent far more towards the Patriot end of the scale, right? So it depended where you looked. For example, Pennsylvania, my home state, there were a lot of individuals, a lot of Quakers in particular, who were pretty strongly neutral in that they were pacifists and they did not want to get involved in the conflict at all, right? So depending on where you look, you'll find different groups of people, and so that breakdown is a little different.
Neighbor against neighbor, father against son.
A measure of vigor and eclat will alarm the Americans and revive the spirits of our friends. I don't know what that means. Lord North to the king.
The king and his ministers believe New England to be the hotbed of rebellion.
They were right. I mean, it wasn't the only hotbed of rebellion at this time. There was revolution up and down the 13 colonies in the South, largely due to Dunmore's proclamation. But if you were to look at where was the fire burning brightest, it would be New England.
And that especially in the South, most of the population remain loyal.
I don't know if I'd say most. I don't know what the stats were in particular, but it was more loyalist than the North, that is true.
Bullied into silence by a minority of troublemakers. A British show of force, it is hoped, will lead thousands of such people to come forward and volunteer to serve in loyalist units. In the Carolinas, British governors Josiah Martin and William Campbell have been calling out for just such a measure since they were forced from their homes by Patriot mobs the previous summer. At last, in January 1776, they receive news that Admiral Parker is on his way with 50 ships, and 3,000 soldiers.
Peter Parker. They've sent Spider-Man. No, but every time I see this guy, I think, what a name.
But it is a tiny force for such a mission. Hastily planned and poorly coordinated to boot. On the 27th of February, a loyalist force in North Carolina duly marches to join Governor Martin on the coast.
Okay, and I like that you can see that the British forces up and down the coast are like anchored offshore, because that's where their power is. It's in the Navy on the seas, whereas the Patriots are located on the land, typically.
At Moores Creek Bridge, they are ambushed by a larger Patriot force. Most of the Loyalists are new Scottish immigrants and launch the last known Highland Charge with swords drawn.
I didn't know that.
They are gunned down, and more than 1,000 Loyalists are taken prisoner in the ensuing rout.
Well, as an American, I gotta side with the Patriots, but as a Scot, I feel bad for my brethren there, I will say. You know, as with, well, this conflict, some people term the American Revolution as more a civil war. It's not hard to see why. As we were just talking about, the population was thoroughly split. And so you will see, you know, for example, ethnic groups split, right? Scots, for example, Scottish settlers. You will see a lot of Scots, especially those who are more newly arrived, siding with the British forces. But you will also see a lot of Scottish Americans who side with the Patriots, right? So there's definitely a split there. You know, I mean, there's the famous Highland troops that Britain has at this point. I say at this point because, of course, earlier in this century, you had war with the Jacobites, and so Scotland's been through its own turmoil in the 18th century. But, you know, once again, there is some rebelliousness still, and you see that with a lot of these Scottish settlers joining up with the revolutionaries. But, once again, not all of them.
Admiral Parker decides to attack the port of Charleston, held by around 6,000 rebels. It is the richest city in North America, and the point of entry for more than 100,000 enslaved Africans in the last century.
I mean, that's where they're making all the money from.
Its capture will give the British control of a major port, and surely inspire more loyalists to rally to the King's cause.
And I'll say, this isn't really relevant to the video, but Charleston is a fantastic city to visit. Really fascinating history there. Also incredibly beautiful city, incredible architecture. In some ways, you can see the connection between it and the colonies, the cities in the colonies throughout the Caribbean. So definitely an incredible place to see. And you can really see the history of settlement and wealth and everything that happened in Charleston when you do visit. So I definitely recommend it.
But to take Charleston, the British must first capture the rebel fort on Sullivan's Island, overlooking the harbour. Parker's attack is a fiasco. Naval fire is ineffective against the fort's spongy palmetto logs, while shore batteries drive off British transports and inflict heavy damage on Royal Navy warships. The failure of Parker's expedition is a heavy blow to British hopes in the southern colonies.
Of course, South Carolina's symbol today is still the palm tree. It's interesting, you know, there are definitely going to be some low points for the Patriots during this conflict, but we can see, even from early on, it's definitely been more of a mixed bag for the British. In fact, things are really not going so well at this point for the Brits. Of course, they managed to fend off the attack up in Quebec, but at several points, they've lost or had to pull back. It's really not how the British government wanted to start this war, right? Their whole idea is we go in, overwhelming force, and we defeat the rebels. Put this all down quickly, right? Now, of course, their sort of overwhelming force hasn't quite arrived on the mainland yet, in terms of all the soldiers they want to land and take over. But the more you're forced to pull back and the more battles you lose, the more hope that gives to the revolutionaries that, you know what, maybe this is possible. You know, we can actually win this conflict. And that, if you're the British government, is not the message you want to send.
The only other British force in the region is Lord Dunmore's collection of sailors, cast-off troops, and his Ethiopian regiment of former slaves. But they have been decimated by smallpox and typhus. The hopeless situation leads Dunmore to withdraw his forces and return to London, abandoning the Loyalists of Virginia.
Wow. It's a pretty crazy end to all that, right? After Dunmore had made such a big point, this proclamation of which is really quite a, funnily enough, a revolutionary moment in itself, saying, hey, to all the enslaved people of this colony, of the colonies, if you, because it was expanded later, I believe, but it starts in Virginia, if you come and fight for me against the Patriots, you will be freed, you know? And, of course, I imagine I made this point when we talked about it. I don't believe it was some grand humanitarian gesture. It was him trying to win the war. But even so, that's a big move to make. And now, due to how badly things have gone, he's forced to essentially flee all the way back to London. That's pretty crazy.
By July 1776, from the Chesapeake to Charleston, there is not a single British soldier.
Wow, that's crazy. We have all the reason to expect the worst. As far as their power extends, they will inflict every species of calamity upon us. Hancock.
April 1776. For the first time since its formation, the Continental Army is on the march.
Hey, we've got the Continental Army involved now.
The soldiers are cheered through every town. Morale is sky high.
Right, and things have been going pretty well for the Patriots. Now, as I said, there's gonna be some low points to come, right? But at the moment, you know, the British troops have basically been driven out of the South. They've been driven out of Boston. Things have been going pretty well. There's Benedict Arnold up in Quebec, but no one's thinking about him, unfortunately for him. Things go pretty well. The Continental Army marches out. You know what? We might just win this thing. You will, but it's going to take longer than you think.
Their destination is New York City, the largest harbor on the East Coast, where Washington expects the British to strike next.
Wise.
From Georgia to New England, there are now growing calls for total separation from Britain.
Yep.
The desire for independence is fueled, in no small part, by a new pamphlet.
And before we get to the pamphlet, I'll just say, we've now gotten to the point where, at one time, independence was almost unthinkable, and it became increasingly popular. Then it became a sort of last resort, and now independence has sort of become, well, common sense.
Fueled, in no small part, by a new pamphlet. Common Sense. Its author is the British radical Thomas Paine, now living in Philadelphia.
First of all, shout out Philadelphia. Second of all, Thomas Paine is a really fascinating figure. I'd really love to read more about him. There's a lot of our founding fathers. Thomas Paine is one of the more interesting of the bunch. Thomas Paine gets involved in this revolution, of course, then goes and gets involved in the French Revolution, so a real revolutionary at heart, and also of the sort of cast of American revolutionaries, Thomas Paine is one of the most radical of the bunch. He was a real radical liberal, right? So he's on the far end of the spectrum. The spectrum sort of changes when it comes to France, but Thomas Paine, a really interesting guy.
In persuasive, plain English, he mocks the entire basis of monarchy, while praising the principle of self-government through elected representatives.
Right, and by the way, keep in mind, persuasive, plain English. That is what makes Common Sense so successful and so widely distributed is that it's very easy to read and to understand, right? Whether, you're one of these politicians or you're just a regular Joe Schmo going about your day. If you're able to read, and the literacy rates are pretty high in the American colonies, so a lot of people could read, then this would probably make a lot of sense to you. And even if you couldn't read, there'd probably be someone reading it out at the local tavern or the town hall or something, right? So it's simple, it's convincing, right? And it really sells quite well.
Of more worth is one honest man to society than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived.
True.
The cause of America is in a great measure the cause of all mankind. The birthday of a new world is at hand.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Paine, he was truly ideological, right? He's not someone who just sort of fell into this conflict by happenstance. This is a true Republican here, in the sense that he supports a republic without a crowned monarch. Same thing in France, right? So he's a true radical, truly ideological, and he's just been given a fantastic opportunity to speak his mind and to spread his ideology.
Loyalists, like Nicholas Cresswell, are unimpressed.
One of the vilest things that was ever published to the world, full of false representations, lies, calumny, and treason, whose principles are to subvert all kingly governments and erect an independent republic.
It's funny, a lot of I don't necessarily know enough about Thomas Paine to say this, but the impression I get from him is that, a lot of the revolutionaries would say, no, we don't want to subvert all kingly governments. That's not our goal. We just want to establish ourselves as an independent state, and a lot of them an independent republic. The vibe I get from Thomas Paine is he'd probably say, yeah, that is what I'm going for. I don't like kingly government, and I would rather have an independent republic.
But patriots control the printing presses.
Benjamin Franklin is a good example, right? He was in the printing business in Philadelphia, well, in a couple places actually, but most notably a very successful printer in Philadelphia, which really enhanced his role and is sort of how he gets his start.
An estimated 100,000 copies of Common Sense
are
printed and sold across the colonies.
It's quite the run.
Among the upper
and think about the population at that time. I can't remember the exact numbers. We've talked about it before. Frankly, they're very, books sell millions today, but if you're someone who sells 100,000 copies of a book, that's pretty impressive. Now, think about it back then. That makes it an extraordinarily, definitely must have been the most widespread work at the time, right? So it really suffuses the entire colonial society.
Merchant classes, there have been calls for independence for many months. Now, Common Sense persuades thousands of ordinary folk that it is the only solution. That June, in Philadelphia, Congress meets daily for heated debates over independence. Congress has decided the colonies must be unanimous in their decision. Backroom deals and last-minute U-turns take it down to the wire. On the 2nd of July, 1776, Congress votes in favor of independence. Two days later, the 4th of July, it formally adopts a written Declaration of Independence.
And of course, the 4th of July is still what we celebrate today.
Drafted by John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston.
Yeah, they formed this committee, right, which drafts and reviews the Declaration of Independence that Thomas Jefferson widely recognized as the main drafter, which is true. But we do have this entire group here who works on it. Thomas Jefferson, he can be pretty particular in some ways, so I mean, not that he wasn't open to revisions. He had to be open. It wasn't really up to him. But he was not always satisfied with the revisions that were made to, I think, what he saw as his Declaration of Independence. But given the situation, like I said, he had to be open, or at least to accept those revisions that came, and he did.
Behold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Not a bad start, you know what I mean? And this is a line that I think almost every American could recite from memory today, and really not a bad ideal to found a country on. In fact, maybe an ideal we could remember a little bit more in our politics, but anyway.
That they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And by the way, I mean, there's a lot of inspiration taken here from other Enlightenment era documents, right? It's not as if Thomas Jefferson just made this up out of nowhere, right? He's drawing from a long line of thinking, primarily in the English tradition, these documents of English governance, particularly, I mean, even separate from those documents of English government, he's particularly drawing from John Locke, right? A lot of these ideas go back to John Locke, and frankly, if you look at who's the most influential inspiration behind a lot of the thought of the American Revolution, John Locke would be at the top of the list. Now, a lot of these other Enlightenment thinkers, like a Montesquieu, very influential. These other guys, Rousseau and Voltaire, definitely influential as well. But you definitely hold Montesquieu up there, and above him, only John Locke, right? So John Locke, in particular, is incredibly influential, particularly on the type of thought we see here in this document.
Ironically, the Declaration is closely modeled on English precedents, particularly the Declaration of Right and Bill of Rights.
Yep, and this is what I was talking about when I said, governmental documents over in Britain. And I don't think it is that ironically, right? Because, and we've talked about this previously in the series, within English society and politics, there was this great idea of English liberty and the rights of the individual, seen in documents like these, and through the thought of people like a John Locke, right? So I don't think it's that ironic at all. It makes a lot of sense, particularly when you consider that most of these settlers are, British settlers who are now sort of becoming Americans, that they build on this line of thought, which is coming from English and Scottish thinkers, British thinkers, right? So it makes a lot of sense. You could say it's maybe more ironic that the British government has decided to essentially ignore their own principles in order to tax the colonies, but no, I think it makes a lot of sense. And of course, I mean, you can see in the US we have our own Bill of Rights today, right? So clearly we take a lot of influence from these documents in particular.
1689. Debate and revisions continue until the last moment, including the removal of a paragraph criticizing the slave trade.
Yeah, so TJ, Tommy Jeff, adds in this criticism of the slave trade, right? And Jefferson's got a very fascinating relationship with the slave trade and slavery, right? He, of course, is a slave owner himself. He owns a lot of slaves throughout his lifetime, but he was always a little sort of shaky on it, right? You could find him opposing things like the slave trade. He would always say slavery was an abhorrent practice, even though he continued to do it himself, right? So, incredibly hypocritical, and a lot of these guys were. It's interesting, when you get sort of deeper into the antebellum period, the 1820s, 30s, 40s, the lead up to the Civil War, there's a lot of sort of pro-slavery writers who basically will say, yeah, slavery is good, it needs to happen, it's necessary, it's even good for the slaves themselves, right? All this crazy stuff. That's the stance they take. Interestingly, when you go back here to the 1770s, 80s, 90s, this era, a lot of the slave owners, even though they owned slaves themselves, and they never outlaw slavery, a lot of them will say, well, yes, slavery's terrible, it's abhorrent, but it's necessary, or but whatever. right? So a more hypocritical position, but maybe you'd prefer they at least say it's bad, or I don't know. It's sort of interesting at least. But yeah, they remove this because they're worried that it will upset some of these southern delegates, and so this is forced out of the final draft.
In order to appease the southern colonies.
Right.
Eventually, all 56 delegates sign, pledging
our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Grand demonstration.
They're all signing away their lives if they lose, which they'd really already done. This is sort of like an English Civil War type moment where everyone's, well, that's there you're talking about signing the condemnation and execution of the king, but a similar thing where people know if they sign this name to the document, if they lose, they are dead. Everybody knows that, right? That they're going to be executed for treason. But they do it anyway for a variety of reasons. I would say in this case, because they believe in the cause and because they see it as really their only option at this point. They're far past the point of negotiation, and they've tried to negotiate with the crown. At this point, it's fighting, it's war, or it's, well, being crushed, basically.
Nations erupt across what are now commonly called the 13 United States of America.
Oh, interesting.
There is a mock funeral for King George in Georgia. His portrait is burned in Delaware. Royal buildings are defaced in New Hampshire. In New York, a 15-foot statue of the king is toppled. Its lead melted into 42,088 bullets for the war effort.
Melt that down into musket balls. That's pretty awesome. I gotta be honest, that's pretty metal. This is where, once again, earlier in the war, in fact, not that long before this, like a year ago, you still had a lot more moderates, the Olive Branch Petition, who were trying to reach out. Yes, King, sire, we still respect you greatly. We just wish you shouldn't oppress us so. But now that's gone, right? We've gone full Republican. We don't want no king. We're toppling the king's statues, tearing up his portraits, defacing royal buildings. It's full-on war at this point. It's a revolution, truly.
The colonies are now independent states.
But the fireworks.
Unless the British Army can reclaim them.
That's
for
right.
The crown.
Unless they lose. The fates of unborn millions will now depend, under God, on the courage and conduct of this army. Yeah, true.
For more than a year, the rebels in America have acted almost with impunity.
Yeah.
No longer.
Well, as we've said, we've really been waiting for this massive British, force to arrive, right? The rebels have been able to sort of operate as they pleased with a couple of impressive victories. We've been waiting for the backlash. Well, now it starts.
On the 6th of May, 1776, General Burgoyne arrives in Quebec City from Britain with 7,000 reinforcements. Brigadier General Benedict Arnold has maintained a blockade for 5 months. But now, massively outnumbered, he must make a rapid retreat.
Yes, time to go.
In June, General Sullivan takes command and orders a counterattack at Trois-Rivières. It's a disaster. The retreat continues, and Montreal falls to the British. Meanwhile, Washington prepares for the defense of New York with the bulk of the Continental Army.
As Washington expected, New York is going to be under attack. He was right.
For weeks.
By the way, you can see just how much smaller New York was at that time. It's just sort of this, not even the entirety of Manhattan, just this sort of, this tip, essentially, is the most settled part of the city, and really the entire city.
He's anxiously awaited the arrival of the British. Then, on the 29th of June, ships are sighted on the horizon.
Uh-oh.
With each passing hour, more and more are spotted. 30, 70, more than 100 sail.
You can scarcely conceive of the distress and anxiety, the city in an uproar, the alarm guns firing, the troops repairing to their posts. My God, may I never experience the like feelings again.
I mean, folks, this is what we were waiting for. The might of the British Empire.
General Howe has arrived with 120 ships and 10,000 soldiers at his command.
Damn.
They have spent the last 3 months training and preparing in Halifax, burning to avenge their defeat at Boston.
Right.
Soon, Howe will be joined by Admiral Parker's southern expedition and a vast fleet from England.
Yeah, that's the real might of the British Empire there, right? So they've got ships already coming in, well trained. They're not going to let Washington pull any more tricks on them. And you've got the true resources coming soon.
Commanded by his brother, Admiral Richard Howe. In total, 32,000 soldiers, 12,000 sailors,
wow,
and 400 ships are converging on New York.
Impressive.
Almost half the military might of the British Empire.
Jesus.
British troops land unopposed on Staten Island, welcomed with cheers from the small, loyal population. And learning of the Declaration of Independence 10 days later, General Howe has a reply. 2 Royal Navy frigates sail up the Hudson and bombard Manhattan with impunity.
Yeah, I mean, as we've talked about in this series, the Patriots were not known for their naval power. They really didn't have much at all, aside from the Scottish maniac, John Paul Jones. And so, yeah, they sailed through with impunity. Patriots are like, uh-oh, what are we gonna do?
The British are back. To American patriots, King George III was a great villain,
Yeah.
a blood-stained tyrant, and in later life, mental illness earned him the unfortunate nickname, the Mad King.
Yeah, didn't leave behind a great legacy, I gotta say. I thought all of London was afloat. Yeah, this is the British fleet arriving in New York City.
The 22nd of August, 1776. 4,000 British soldiers in 75 flat-bottomed boats cross the Hudson and land at Gravesend Bay, Long Island.
Uh-oh. So last time we saw how the Americans were able to push the Brits out of Boston. Washington then went to New York, believing that would be where the Brits tried to land next. He was correct. Now we'll get to see the battle over New York.
They are welcomed by a jubilant population of loyalists who bring food, supplies, and knowledge of the local terrain.
That's right, and to these loyalists, it feels like finally the British Army is here in force, and the Navy, rather importantly, right? I mean, we're still pretty early into the Revolutionary War. There's always been a debate over, well, you know, what is the revolution itself? What is the Revolutionary War? The War for Independence? Are these the same? Are they separated? Of course, in this series, we've already been dealing with the years of history, but the war itself is still not that old. So far, things have gone pretty well for the Patriots, though it has been up and down. But now the Brits have sent this massive fleet. They've really arrived in force. And so now Washington and his soldiers will have to deal with that.
Soon, this force will grow to 20,000.
Sheesh.
It's been nearly 2 months since General William Howe arrived off New York. Finally, in a trickle of transports and warships from Britain, Ireland, Germany, and the Carolinas, his full force has gathered.
Yeah, they've made sure to get ready, to gather their men, right? We've seen them underestimate the colonials a couple of times, and while that's not entirely over, it's pretty clear that the British leadership now realizes they're in a real war, and they're going to have to adequately prepare. And that is certainly what they've done here.
Howe now commands the largest expeditionary force Britain has ever assembled.
Wow.
And it's ready to be unleashed against the American rebels. His first target: Patriot forces holding a series of ridges around Brooklyn. If they can be defeated, Long Island will fall. New York will be defenseless, and the rebellion could be crushed.
Part 5.
In New York City, General George Washington commands 20,000 men of the Continental Army. A few units, like the Delaware Blues and 1st Maryland Regiment, are well drilled and disciplined.
A few, right? And the reason that we point this out is because they were the exception to the rule, right? You might be thinking, well, Washington's got a pretty sizable force. Yeah, but most of those guys were not well-trained regiments. A lot of them were these men raised from local militias who did not have a lot of experience, did not have a lot of training, and may not have even been that well supplied. Right, going up against the Redcoats, the British Army, this extremely well-trained, well-disciplined, well-supplied force in comparison, it's a pretty difficult matchup here for Washington.
But most are undertrained and ill-equipped. Desertion is rampant. The camps are riddled with typhus and dysentery. About a quarter of the army is sick or absent.
Eesh.
At this critical juncture, Washington is racked with indecision. He fears the British landing on Long Island may be a diversion, and so holds back more than half his army to defend Manhattan and the Hudson River. His troops on Long Island are widely dispersed. 6,000 under Israel Putnam are in fortifications around Brooklyn. 3,000 more under Generals Sullivan and Sterling, hold forested hills to Putnam's front.
Right, and we saw in the case of Boston how important it was to have control of hills and fortifications surrounding the city. We've got a sort of similar situation here, and of course it's worth remembering that this is not the New York of today. A lot of this territory we're seeing here is still incredibly rural, right? And so you have to capture it and fortify it. And Washington is clearly trying to protect the most developed part of the city, sort of lower Manhattan here, essentially.
They are spread over 4 miles and must guard the 3 main passes through the Heights of Guan. At dawn on the 27th of August, they are attacked by 5,000 redcoats.
Uh-oh.
The crackle of muskets and roar of cannon fills the air as volleys are traded. It's the first time the Continentals have faced the enemy on open ground, and so far, they are holding their own.
So far.
But it is a trap. As Sullivan sends troops from his center to reinforce Sterling, he hears the sound of gunfire to his rear. To his horror, he realizes he has been outflanked. General Howe has used a 4th, lesser-known pass to swing round the American line with 10,000 troops.
Dang.
5,000 Hessians now charge forward in the center. These German troops have a fearsome reputation and terrify the Americans. In an instant, order and discipline are gone. It is a race to escape.
Yeah, I mean, you've been surrounded, essentially, the Patriot forces, and what little discipline there was, which wasn't much, is now crumbling right in front of us with both the British Redcoats and the Hessians, right? Like they said, they had quite the fearsome reputation. And if you're one of these colonists, a colonial, as the Brits would call them, a patriot, you know, it's already not great to be facing the British Redcoats. But, you know, essentially you, well, depending on how you look at it, are or once were a British subject, or I guess you were a British subject in revolt. You know, these soldiers are also British subjects. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to hold back against you, don't get me wrong, but to have this force of Hessians come in with this fearsome reputation, that's going to stoke fear among these patriot soldiers.
Only the 1st Maryland and Delaware battalions, regarded as the Army's finest, hold their ranks.
Okay.
Outnumbered 10-1, the 1st Maryland mounts a desperate rearguard action and is cut to pieces. Washington, watching from Brooklyn, is appalled.
Good God, what brave fellows I must this day lose.
The disaster at Long Island is a major blow to the American cause. There are just 400 British casualties. The Americans lose more than 2,000, including Generals Sterling and Sullivan.
Yeah, and I'll say this. First of all, that's just a lot of casualties in the first place. But also, the Americans just cannot afford to take these kinds of losses. Right, so far what we've seen with a lot of these battles is that the Brits have been losing more men and having more men wounded than the Americans, and the Brits can afford to take that, but it's still not great to have that discrepancy. Here, you have the Americans taking these massive amount of men wounded, killed, and captured. You know, the Patriot forces, they're still pretty new, they're fresh, they're undisciplined, they really can't afford to take these kinds of losses. Or at least that's what you'd think. You'd think they can't afford to take these kinds of losses. And, I mean, this is a major loss. But, not to spoil anything, but we're going to see the Americans take a lot of losses in this episode, and perhaps future episodes, and somehow still keep going. But bottom line is, you know, you really do not want to be taking these kinds of disproportionate losses, given how overwhelming the power of the British forces are.
Both captured, though they are later exchanged on parole. The rest of the Continentals flee into Brooklyn, where their backs are now against the East River. An immediate assault by Howe might have ended the rebellion that very day. But fearing a second Bunker Hill, and believing the Americans are trapped, he instead orders his men to begin digging siege lines. The following day, there is torrential rain. Washington's position is perilous. The only reason he's not been cut off by the British fleet is a steady northeasterly wind, which could change at any moment.
Bro's relying on the weather right now to save himself.
Early on the 30th, under cover of darkness and a fortuitous morning fog, Washington evacuates his army across the East River to Manhattan. It is a silent, disciplined, and organized withdrawal.
Yeah, I mean, Washington, and I don't know exactly how far this video is going to go, but particularly during the winter at Valley Forge, you know, he made sure to discipline his soldiers with a bit of help. So, you know, Washington wasn't necessarily the disciplinarian, but he was such a charismatic and inspiring figure that he was pretty good at keeping his men in line and disciplined while he was physically there. I'll say, if you're interested in this and the campaigns to follow, David Hackett Fisher, historian, has a book named Washington's Crossing. Now, the crossing he's referring to is the crossing over the Delaware, obviously, but he does cover the events depicted here, and it's a really fascinating look into Washington as a leader and as a presence on and off the battlefield, so I'd recommend that. It's an easy read, it's an enjoyable read. I'd recommend that to anybody who's interested in this topic in particular.
An American lieutenant recalls,
"In the history of warfare, I do not recollect a more fortunate retreat.
And that is going to be important. Yeah, some of you might be saying, okay, good job, you retreated. But over the next couple of months of this war in particular, really continuing into the next year, retreat is going to be very, very important. Like I said earlier, the Americans are going to take a series of losses. Being able to retreat in an orderly manner and without, too many excess casualties is going to be really essential to Washington just keeping this movement alive.
Washington has narrowly avoided catastrophe, but the onslaught has only just begun.
Oh yeah. We learn by Chess the habit of not being discouraged by present bad appearances, the habit of hoping for a favorable change from Benjamin Franklin. Why am I not surprised that he wrote a book called The Morals of Chess? Benjamin Franklin, that man was widely read, widely studied. He wrote and did a lot of stuff. I mean, honestly, I do think he's the sort of quintessential American of the colonial era, right? He lives through a large chunk of the 18th century. He gets involved in so many different things. You could really just sort of track his life, and through that, learn a lot about a lot of things that were happening during this time period. So a good quotation from Franklin, but also just an interesting fact about him, that, of course, chess was one of the many things he wrote about.
September 1776. 2 weeks after his victory at Long Island, General Howe has paused his advance to offer peace terms. He earnestly hopes some form of reconciliation is still possible. In fact, he and his brother, Admiral Richard Howe, alongside their military commands, have been appointed peace commissioners, authorized by King and Parliament to issue pardons and restore peace to the colonies.
Yeah, there's a bit of a disconnect at this point. Well, there's obviously a disconnect, but even beyond the present rebellion, I think we saw, particularly in the last episode, and even before that, that a lot of our Patriot forces, who came together with the Continental Congress, basically they have moved past the point of reconciliation. They've tried in the past for reconciliation. It hasn't worked. They feel they've been spurned by Parliament at every step, and so now for them it's war. However, when you go to the British side of things, and of course, depends on who you look at, which politician, there are different opinions on what should be done about the colonists, but clearly there's still a belief among these military leaders and the king that some type of settlement can be worked out. Now, to be fair, the king especially, but also many members of Parliament do not want to give anything, really, in that settlement. They're not willing to make many concessions. Some, they want to rule over the colonies however they want, which has been stated, but they still believe that peace is still an option, when to the colonists, the Patriot colonists, it just isn't anymore.
But in a meeting with Congressmen John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Edward Rutledge, nothing is achieved.
Yeah.
Forces have been sent out, and towns have been burned. We cannot now expect happiness under the domination of Great Britain.
Right. I love the voice, by the way. What a voice. But that's the perspective of the Patriots here. They're saying, hey, you've burnt our cities, you've killed our people, and you want peace and happiness now? I don't think so.
All former attachments have been obliterated.
Yeah, that's right. It's too late, is what he's saying.
About half of New York's population has already fled the city. Many who remain are loyalists.
Yeah.
With British ships anchored in the Hudson and East Rivers, Washington decides he must abandon the city. On the 12th of September, he begins the evacuation. Troops and wagons are still leaving 3 days later when Howe strikes at Kips Bay. 4,000 British and German troops, supported by 80 naval guns, face little opposition. The Continental Army dissolves into a stream of fugitives, as the British consolidate their bridgehead. Washington attempts to rally his men, but is ignored.
Yeah, this is quite the scene, by the way, and this is one that you'll get in David Hackett Fisher's fantastic book. But we talked about how maintaining an orderly retreat will be very important. This is a moment when Washington's force of character simply was not enough, right? This was such a disastrous retreat. Washington rides back in himself to try and restore order among the ranks of his men, to try and, at least control the retreat that's happening. And he's ignored. He cannot get a handle on the situation. That's how chaotic this is.
The general snaps.
Are these the men with which I am to defend America?
That's a very famous quote from Washington. At a rather low moment, things are not going well. And the thing is, the answer was yes, these were the men with which you were to defend America. So, you could probably already imagine that Washington's like, okay, something has got to change. Because these guys right now, they are not up to the task. Some training needs to be done. And it will be done eventually.
Later that day, General Howe enters New York to a hero's welcome.
Thus, this town, which these blustering rebels had taken such wonderful pains to fortify, was given up in 2 or 3 hours without any defense or the least appearance of a manly resistance.
So they feel pretty pleased with themselves, right? You had the Americans driving the British forces out of Boston. Now the Brits have driven the Americans out of New York, so that they've each gotten their W. And once again, the British sort of feel pretty ascendant in this moment. They've won back New York City, this very important port city, right, alongside Boston and Philadelphia and Charleston down south. These are the most important North American ports of the era, and Washington is in retreat.
The following day, the Americans repulse a British column advancing on Harlem Heights. A small reprieve, but as noted by Pastor Schukirk of New York,
the merry tones on drums and fifes had ceased.
I'm wearied almost to death with the retrograde motions of things, says Washington in November.
The sick, the aged, women and children, half naked, were taking refuge from the fire. The terror was increased by the horrid noise of the burning and falling houses.
Oh, God.
The confused voices of so many men, the shrieks and cries of the women and children.
On the hot and dry night of the 20th of September 1776, fire consumes nearly 1/4 of New York City.
Jesus Christ.
It is not clear whether it was started by accident or on purpose. But it is a heavy blow to those still living in the city, especially with winter approaching.
Yeah.
In October,
probably did a bit to take away from the triumphant moment for the Loyalists, right? You're a Loyalist, you're living in New York, these filthy rebels have taken your city. Well, the Queen's army, the King's army, I should say, has just arrived, has taken back the city, probably feeling pretty good, and now a good chunk of the city has burnt down.
The British are on the move again. They sail up the East River with 12,000 men, looking to outflank the rebels. They land at Pell's Point. After a sharp fight, Washington is forced to withdraw to White Plains. 10 days later, Howe attacks again. Hessian troops of Colonel Raoul's regiment charge forward, driving the rebels back to Chatterton Hill. Here they hold firm, pouring heavy fire into the advancing columns. But eventually, British and Hessian numbers tell.
Yeah.
The Delaware Blues form the rear guard, as Washington's men beat a hasty retreat.
And so now we see the beginning of a very familiar pattern where Washington will retreat, get attacked again. The Americans might manage to hold the line for a bit, or maybe they won't. They'll be forced eventually, either way, to retreat to another spot, and then the cycle continues.
The battle costs both sides around 200 casualties.
200 casualties that, neither side wants those casualties, but the Americans can afford it a lot less than the Brits, right? I'll reiterate that same point that, even an equal number of casualties is worse for the American colonists just due to the situation they're in.
Defeat after defeat has caused American morale to plummet. Almost half the army has deserted. More do so every day. Washington's leadership is called into question.
Yeah.
Charles Lee, his second in command, who has just returned from South Carolina, writes,
"He has that fatal indecision of mind, which in war is a much greater disqualification than stupidity, or even want of personal courage."
Yes, this is a pretty low moment for Washington, right? Now, of course, Washington becomes this mythologized figure in the history, and so it's hard for some people to even imagine he could be more man than myth, but he was a real guy. He made mistakes, right? He was in bad situations. And this was really a low point for him, right? And to those who were observing, now, if you were on the battlefield with Washington, I think it's fair to say that you saw the sort of desperate, impossible situation he was in. I'm not sure he could have done a lot more, just given the situation, the circumstances he was dealing with. But for those observing from afar, like Charles Lee or other politicians at the time, a lot of people were losing faith in Washington. They saw him abandon New York to the British. They saw him lose battle after battle, continue to retreat, lose more and more men, both to battle and to desertion. And a lot of people were beginning to lose hope. Morale was dropping. They were thinking, well, some were thinking that this revolution was over, and some were thinking that it can continue, but not with Washington, right? Now, I know that's, like I said, shocking to some people, but he was not always the revered figure that he became. So yeah, it's a tough moment.
Many now look to Lee to save the cause.
Yeah.
Especially,
let's see if he can do it.
After Washington blunders again. 15 miles south of White Plains, well behind the British lines, 2,800 Continentals hold a fort that bears Washington's name.
Oh, great.
Built to block British ships from entering the Hudson, it has proven totally ineffective. But Washington dithers, leaving the decision to withdraw to General Greene, who decides to keep the isolated garrison in place. On the morning of the 16th of November, Howe launches an assault on the fort with 8,000 men from all directions. The fighting lasts all morning, but by midday, the entire American garrison has been captured or killed.
Not great.
The British have inflicted yet another major blow on the rebel cause.
Oh, damn.
The invasion of New York has been a stunning success for Howe.
Yeah?
New Jersey will be next.
I hope this is the dark part of the night, which is generally just before day. And it was, although there was more of the night to follow, I'm afraid to say. That's from Nathaniel Greene, just mentioned. Not one of his most brilliant moments, but I will say generally, Nathaniel Greene was really Washington's right-hand man, his second in command. Nathaniel Greene, he was a general of some skill, I would say. Credit to him.
With British troops crossing the Hudson in force, Washington retreats across New Jersey to the...
And as we continue to cover his further retreats, Washington needed generals of some skill, because Washington, and it's been said before, this is not a hot take, but Washington himself was not really a brilliant military leader. He does not rank among history's great military leaders. In fact, he was a much better political leader. Washington was honestly more effective as a symbol. He was pretty inspiring. He was charismatic in a quiet sort of way. He was not an overstated figure, though he was very tall, so maybe he was overstated in that sense. He was someone who was, good at keeping people together, inspiring them, boosting morale. So I'd argue he had the qualities of a great leader, but in terms of military strategy, not that he was terrible at it. He'll have his moments, and we'll see them, right? He wasn't of no skill, obviously, but he certainly was not one of history's greats. So he needed men who could do the job and could do it well. That's where someone like a Nathaniel Greene comes into play. Though once again, we just saw a not great moment from him with Fort Washington.
The Delaware River. A pursuit begins. He has fewer than 6,000 men, but hopes to pick up new volunteers en route.
Okay.
Instead, he finds the population in a state of apathy.
Oh, not good.
A thick cloud of darkness and gloom covered the land, and despair was seen in almost every countenance.
On the 30th of November, Howe issues a proclamation offering a pardon to all rebels who swear a new oath of allegiance to the crown. In the words of a New Jersey farmer writing to his family,
"You can come down and receive protection, and return home without molestation on the part of the king's troops. And you best know the situation of the provincial army. He who stays out to the last will undoubtedly fare the worst."
Yeah, so think about this from the perspective of just a regular farmer, a regular person, right? Maybe you're sympathetic with the revolution, maybe you're neutral, whatever it is. At this point, you've seen the Continental Army take loss after loss after loss. The British have arrived in force. They've retaken New York City. They keep pushing back the Continental Army, the rebels. Now, the British authorities say, hey, basically, if you promise to be loyal, then we will pardon any and all activities, right? Well, you're probably not gonna, stick your neck out to side with the rebels, unless you are really, really ideologically committed. And there are people who were that ideologically committed, and they would stay with the cause even in the worst of times. But to win this type of war, this type of revolution, you need more than just your diehard supporters. You need more support among the general population. Washington needs a situation where when he goes through the countryside, he can get support from these farmers, right? They'll back him up. They'll maybe give him some supplies, although he could force them, but it's better if he doesn't. They offer him intel, right? That's always valuable, the residents of a local community giving the rebel army intel. He needs all these things to keep this war going, and right now these regular farmers are leaning in the other direction. Wherever they are politically, they're just seeing the way the winds are blowing. They're thinking, this rebellion's pretty much done. Let's not throw my lot in with Washington and his band of misfits.
Thousands in New Jersey and New York will eventually swear the oath. Among them, 2 former members of Congress and Richard Stockton, signatory of the Declaration of Independence.
Wow.
On the 1st of December 1776, enlistments expire for half of Washington's army.
Oh, God.
Without a second thought, 2,000 men leave for home. As snow begins to fall, Washington's depleted band retreats across the Delaware.
A bad moment, but I'll say we've reached my home state of Pennsylvania, which is going to play an important role in this part of the story.
Destroying any boats they can't take with them. Philadelphia is evacuated in chaos. Congressman Robert Morris recalls,
By the way, before we get to whatever Robert Morris is about to say, Robert Morris, known as the financier of the revolution, he was the guy, one of the guys, who gave financial backing to this revolution. He was very wealthy. That was his contribution to the cause, and it really was a contribution, right? This was a revolution and a Continental Army that was often underfunded, and so the support of Robert Morris was really essential at multiple points to keep things going financially.
Our people knew not the hardships and calamities of war when they so boldly dared Britain to arms. Every man was then a bold patriot, felt himself equal to the contest. But now, when we are fairly engaged, when death and ruin stare us in the face, and when nothing but the most intrepid courage can rescue us from contempt and disgrace, sorry I am to say it, many of those who were foremost in noise now shrink, coward-like, from the danger, and are begging pardon without striking a blow.
And that's how it often is, right? When there's nothing to be risks, people feel free to speak their mind and to support the revolution and say how much of a patriot they are. But when things have gotten bad, this is just what most people do, people begin to shy away from that. They don't want to get involved in a losing battle, at least not on the losing side.
For Howe, the campaign is won. He returns to New York, leaving 14,000 men to garrison New Jersey for the winter.
Yeah, I mean, he's retaken New York City. He's retaken New Jersey. Washington's army is deserting him. They're weak. They're hungry. They're lacking supplies. He's got so few of those initial forces he had. It's wintertime. Howe's like, all right, we've basically won. All right, let's settle in for the winter, as armies typically did at that time. No need to keep pursuing Washington, who's essentially lost this.
And issued a growing list of pardons. He also sends General Clinton to retake Newport, Rhode Island, which he does without losing a man. A few days later, Washington's second-in-command, General Lee.
Okay, here we have the heroic Charles Lee, who feels he can do this a lot better than Washington can. All right, let's give him a chance to prove himself.
Is staying in a tavern some distance from his troops when he is surprised by British cavalry and captured.
Bruh.
Many of his 5,000 troops take the chance to desert.
Okay.
The ones who stay dutifully march with General Sullivan to join Washington on the Delaware.
So things haven't gone so well for Charles Lee. He's captured, a bunch of his troops desert, the remaining troops say, okay, we'll go join up with Washington, that's fine.
But even with these reinforcements, the Continental Army can barely muster 6,000 men.
Not good.
And enlistments for most of these soldiers will expire in just a couple of weeks. With the fate of America in the balance, Washington decides to risk everything on a bold strike.
These are the times that try men's souls. Summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands it now deserve the love and thanks of man and woman. Right? So that's what I was saying earlier, right? A fair weather fan, we might call it in sports. Someone who's with their team only when times are good. But, if you're a hardcore fan, a hardcore patriot, you gotta always be a part of the movement. That's what Thomas Paine is saying here. And The American Crisis, another one of his related works. We talked about Common Sense last time. And what we're going to see here, this great moment of desperation, is truly one of Washington's most brilliant moves. I mentioned earlier that he's not known for being one of the greatest generals of all time, But this is a moment of military and honestly political brilliance from Washington.
Washington's plan of attack is bold and complex.
Yes.
3 columns will cross the freezing Delaware River at night at 3 separate points and attack the Hessian garrison at Trenton before dawn. Ewing and Cadwalader will lead 2 of the columns in diversionary attacks on Assunpink Creek Bridge and Bordentown, while Washington's main column, 2,400 strong, crosses upriver, splits into 2 wings, and surrounds the town from west and north.
So an attack with multiple prongs. I mean, it's like a 3-pronged crossing, but then that force, the northmost force, then splits off. So from multiple different angles, a very complex plan, one that would be hard even for a well-disciplined and well-trained force of men to execute. And Washington is hoping to execute it with his force of about 6,000 men who are actually able to fight, some of whom are well-trained, but many of whom are not, many of whom are low on morale and supplies. So this is a bold, to put it lightly, a very daring plan.
The operation begins at dusk on the 25th of December, Christmas Day. The Delaware is fast-moving, clogged with ice, and nearly 300 yards wide.
Yes.
Ferrying men, guns, and horses across it, in the dark, in flat-bottomed boats, amid hail and snow, is an act of stunning audacity.
It's very treacherous.
Thanks to experienced oarsmen among the Pennsylvania militia and artillery companies, the crossing is completed without disaster. But Washington...
Yeah, I mean, it's still a difficult crossing, don't get me wrong, but they do manage to avoid major disaster during the crossing.
His column arrives on the far bank 3 hours behind schedule, while Ewing and Cadwalader both abort their missions. Washington decides to push on regardless.
You've made the crossing. Things are not necessarily going to plan, but you've made the crossing. Washington knows he needs to do something, and so something is going to be done.
The weather is so bad, he reasons, the enemy will surely not expect an attack. His troops split into 2 columns as planned and begin their advance. They make slow progress through the blizzard, but the men remain in good order and are determined. Trenton is garrisoned by 1,400 Hessian soldiers under Colonel Rowell. He's been warned about an imminent attack, but after a skirmish with some American militia on Christmas Day, believes that threat to have passed. So that night, amidst a blizzard on Christmas, his guard is down. Shortly after dawn, Washington attacks. Greene's men drive Hessian outposts back into town. As the garrison forms up in the streets, Knox positions his cannon to fire on them.
Okay, Knox coming in clutch with the artillery, and just an extremely, like they said, audacious attack. In just about the worst possible conditions you could imagine, Washington has managed a surprise attack against the Hessians.
Then Sullivan's men charge into the town with bayonets fixed. They seize the Assunpink Creek Bridge. Rowell is mortally wounded, attempting to organize a counterattack. It's all over in less than an hour.
Damn.
The Hessians lose 100 killed and wounded and 900 captured.
Sheesh.
The Americans, just 5 wounded.
Yeah, these are the type of victories that Washington needs. And there's a reason that, I mean, this is so well remembered today. Like I said, a true moment of Washington's military brilliance, a great morale booster, just an incredible victory. And something I'll note before we get into this further, there was this idea among the British that the Hessians were incredibly unprepared and were just not up to the task. Now, look, it's Christmas time, so they are celebrating. There's this idea that, I'm sure they were drinking. I don't know if each one of them was so drunk. But what I will say is that, no, it's not just because the Hessians were so lax. If this was a British force, it would have gone much the same. I think this is an idea that was created at the time. There were British officers at that time who basically made the argument that, well, the only reason they lost this battle is because it was the Hessians and not us Brits there defending Trenton, which I don't think really holds up. It was just a pretty brilliantly done surprise attack, executed, not perfectly, but well, by Washington and his men.
It is a stunning and much-needed victory.
Yeah.
As the Hessian prisoners are marched back to Philadelphia, morale soars in Washington's army.
Yeah, needed.
But the campaign is not done yet.
No, it's not.
Howe, learning of the disaster, sends General Cornwallis and 8,000 men to hunt down and destroy Washington's army. With enlistments on the verge of expiring, Washington makes an appeal to the army.
Yeah.
My brave fellows, you have done all I asked you to do, and more than could be reasonably expected. But your country is at stake. Your wives, your houses, and all that you hold dear. You have worn yourselves out with fatigues and hardships, but we know not how to spare you. If you will consent to stay 1 month longer, you will render that service to the cause of liberty and to your country which you can probably never do under any other circumstance.
This really is where Washington's brilliance came in. Not in the military strategy, though he could be good, as we've seen, but in his leadership, right? And this, by the way, was not the only time he had to appeal to his men, so this is not a one-off. But this is the kind of moment that he was made for. The big moment, the big speech. He was such an inspiring figure. He really was an important symbol to keep this thing going. And he was the type of leader who could make that speech and have people stay. You can't say that for every leader throughout history. And keep in mind, Washington really had nothing to offer these guys. There are many examples of history of conquerors and leaders saying to their men, stay on a little longer, you'll make some money, I'll pay you, I'll give you a tract of land, etc., etc. Washington, he really can't offer any of that. And even if he did, it wouldn't be very convincing, right? It's not clear at all that the rebels are going to win this war. In fact, in the moment, it sort of feels like they won't, right? And so he truly has to appeal to them on an emotional level, an ideological, political, human level. And he manages to do so well enough, and that's what he was really good at. Old George.
His stirring words and a bounty worth 2 months' pay.
And I didn't say there was no money involved. Let me be clear. You need a little bit of money to grease the wheels. I'm just saying there was that bounty there was not the great bounty offered by many conquerors throughout history. It was the little bounty he was sort of able to offer.
Convince almost all the troops to stay.
No, 2 months' pay is nice, but it's not that much.
Leaving 1,200 men to hold Princeton, Cornwallis advances on Trenton. His march is slowed by rebel riflemen and a sudden thaw which turns the roads to mud. When he arrives, he finds the rebels entrenched behind Assunpink Creek. Probing attacks are defeated and cost 300 British casualties.
Damn, and that's significant. And once again, Washington has gone from audacious assault mode into survival mode, right? Now that Cornwallis has been sent, he's like, okay, my job now is to survive and to keep this war and this movement alive.
With darkness approaching, Cornwallis decides to wait until morning to launch a full-scale attack. This is just what Washington wants. Overnight, his men marched north in silence, through rugged country, to attack the garrison at Princeton. They arrive at the perfect moment, just as the British are setting off to join Cornwallis. They form line just in time to meet the American attack. There is sharp fighting. At first, the British have the better of it. Then, Washington charges into the fray.
Yes!
An American officer witnesses the moment.
I shall never forget what I felt when I saw him brave all the dangers of the field, and his important life hanging as it were by a single hair, with 1,000 deaths flying around him.
Yeah, and once again, this is where Washington is as good as any great leader throughout history. The force of his character, the fearlessness to be able to ride in there himself and inspire those around him and rally the troops. I mean, that, great leaders throughout history, great military leaders, that's what they need. And Washington, that's what he had, right? He was able to get in there and to take what was a losing situation and to turn things around just by his presence. I mean, that is incredible.
Outnumbered, under heavy fire, the British fall back in disorder. They have suffered around 400 casualties. The Americans lose fewer than 100 men.
So now Washington, within the span of a couple of days, has carried out 2 separate audacious assaults, first at Trenton and now at Princeton. He's gone from a series of losses, a lot of them, to 2 pretty impressive victories.
Princeton is another stunning victory for the Americans. Perhaps Washington's greatest operational flourish.
Yeah.
But the Continental Army is exhausted, low on supplies, and surrounded by dangers.
Yeah, this is not, I would not call this a sustainable situation, right? It's not like, oh, the war's won, we're all good now. No, things are still extremely dangerous for the Continental Army. The point of this is really just to prove that they've still got life in them. They can still win, to boost morale and to boost support from the population, right? I mean, scoring the victories themselves, of course, those are valuable, but really the point is to show everybody, hey, we've still got this, right? Doesn't mean that the rebel army itself is actually in a good spot. It's really not. It's in a lot of danger.
Washington is persuaded not to risk more. He makes for Morristown to find safe winter quarters. The battles of Trenton and Princeton are neither large nor particularly costly for the British. They are, however, desperately needed rays of hope in the Patriots' darkest hour.
That's exactly it.
What's more, as the Continental Army continues to prove its mettle against the British, foreign observers are taking notice.
Yeah, what the Americans need more than anything is support, right? Military support, financial support, whatever kind of support they can get. And they need that support from foreign powers. The Dutch, the French, the Spanish, whoever wants to get involved, that's what they need. And each battle Washington is able to win, and even each defeat he's able to survive, but especially if he can prove that he can survive and can win, that's going to make these foreign powers more and more likely to step in and offer some type of support to the Continental Army. And that's what they're looking for. They need it to win this war. It's necessary.
In the royal courts of France and Spain, there are many who would delight to see their old British rival humiliated and their own defeats avenged.
Of course.
The rebellion in Britain's American colonies is about to become a global war.
Yeah. As these things do, it never stays contained in one area. It's about to escalate.
Do you want to be first to watch epic history?
Alrighty, well, that is this episode. Another fantastic episode of Epic Histories series on the American Revolution. I mean, look, I always enjoy their videos. That's nothing new. I think they've done a fantastic job so far with this series. It's 2026, 250 years since 1776, and so if you're an American, even if you're not an American, but particularly if you're in the US, we're going to be seeing a lot of history and celebration and talk about the American Revolution this year. And so this video fits well into that, which we'll be seeing throughout the rest of the year. So yeah, another great video. I really enjoy that this part of the revolution is very compelling to me. Like I said, if you're interested, you should definitely read that book by David Hackett Fischer, Washington's Crossing. From the disasters at New York and the retreat and the defeat after defeat after defeat, where even in defeat, Washington shows his character and tries, even when he fails, to the incredible wins at Trenton and Princeton, which really just show that he's still got life in him. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one. You know, I typically am more into the political aspect of these videos, but I really love this campaign here. So thank you all for watching. I always appreciate if you leave likes, subscribe, comments, all that good stuff. I've got the Patreon link down below, which will give you access to a bunch of exclusive content. So thank you all for watching. Hope you're having a great day today, and I'll see you all again next time. Goodbye.